Welcome to episode 5 of the CompTIA CySA training series. In today's episode, we're going to start domain 2, which is on vulnerability management, and episode 5 is going to be vulnerability assessments and vulnerability scanning. My name is Hank Hackerson, your trainer for today, and to get more videos like this one, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. Alright, so domain 2 is going to have a 26% weight of the final score when you take the CompTIA CySA CS0-004 examination. Now, if you choose not to take the examination and if you're just trying to study, the domain 2 is focused on vulnerability management. So we're going to be talking about specifically discovering assets that can be scanned, then scanning them, analyzing results, prioritizing what matters, and ultimately mitigating or responding to whatever our findings are, which is all falls under vulnerability management. And this is a really big step in the overall job function of somebody who's going to be a cybersecurity analyst. Your job essentially is twofold: to either analyze and respond to alerts and traffic that come in, or to do vulnerability management. And you would be working hand in hand with either the incident response and security engineering teams, or you'd be working with the PenTesting teams. That's kind of what it's like. Everybody kind of works hand in hand. They have specialties and they work in specialized functions, but overall, we work together to make sure that we empower each other and, serve and fulfill the final goal, the ultimate goal, which is improving security posture. So in chapter 5, episode 5, which is where we are right now, we're going to be covering scanning and assessments and the foundation of everything that follows. So the scans that we do and the assessments and the taking the inventory, like the asset inventory, and finding whatever vulnerabilities there are, assessing them, etc. Without that information, to be able to prioritize the remediation and mitigation of those things becomes very difficult. It becomes guesswork for the most part, and remediation itself becomes inefficient. And for this kind of stuff, you don't want to be guessing anything. When we're working with science-based arts, or I should say science-based work, but it is an art form in a certain way. But really, it's more science-based than anything else. We're dealing with rules, with scans, with code, right? Mathematics and analysis of data and statistics and things like that. So when you work with stuff like that, there should be no guesswork. Everything should be very much, this is what I found, and this is what I'm going to do based on my findings. And this is the art form of vulnerability management and ultimately vulnerability scanning and assessment. So let's go ahead and look at a little bit more about what we're going to talk about today, and then we'll set up the foundation for all the information today. We're going to go through all the content. And then what's really exciting is that we're actually going to do a practical exercise at the end of this whole thing. And we're going to do some vulnerability scans, and we're going to do some enumeration and all that good stuff with one of our favorite tools in cybersecurity. So here are some of the updates compared to the 0.3 version of the exam. So in CS0-4, we're going to be doing an emphasis on discovery mapping, so what we actually have. This is also known as building an inventory of assets inside of the network. We're just basically going to be doing enumerations. We're going to be doing discovery to know what is inside of our network, to what's inside of our environment, so that we can scan all of those different assets, basically. We're going to do a comparison of results against modern security baselines. So these are a variety of different regulations. This is by all means not even remotely close to all of the regulations, but there are a bunch of different regulations. So there's the information security standards, there's the payment card industry standards, there's ISO 27001, which I believe is for the Wi-Fi information security standards. There is the CSF standard. There are so many different standards. And so what happens is these baselines or these standards are more customized and relevant to the industry that you will be in, right? So depending on the type of business that you're involved in, whether it's government work or it's private sector, and then when you're inside the private sector, whether it's in the health business or the health industry, whether you're in financial industry, whether you're just doing information products, or if you're doing online sales only, just depending on where you are, how you operate, the rules that you would have to abide by will change. So if somebody doesn't take payment card information, for example, it doesn't make sense for you to have to abide by the payment card industry standard. That's kind of the rule. If you're not in the health information business, it doesn't make sense for you to have to abide by the HIPAA standards. So these are the various elements that we have to look at as we move forward. This was not something that didn't exist in 03, in the CS03 examination. It's just it becomes much more current and modernized because ever since, 3 years ago, the last version of the exam, a lot of updates have happened and a lot of changes have been made in the business landscape, we can say, or security IT landscape. There's dedicated coverage of cloud-specific assessment tools. So for example, Scout Suite, Prowler, Trivi, or Chekhov, which come forward in future episodes and future chapters. But the cloud-specific environment has become a much more prevalent environment as well because more and more businesses, big businesses, are leaning towards cloud infrastructure, I should say. I can't speak today. It's kind of, it's getting a little bit later into the night, so forgive me on that one. But because of the fact that it's easier to update your environment, it's easier to avoid upfront costs, it's easier to have redundancies and more security, etc., it makes it more beneficial for businesses and companies and government entities to focus on a cloud specific environment. Typically what happens is that it will be a hybrid environment where there's on-site servers for the extra secure or the extra sensitive information, and then they'll have cloud environments for user management or for their national, different states or different countries that they work with. So it's usually, more often than not, a hybrid environment, but you will find a lot of references to cloud environments in general. And then we have finally the focus on critical infrastructure scanning considerations. And critical infrastructure could be a lot of different things. It could be manufacturing, it could be power grids, nuclear power plants, it could be critical infrastructure in the sense of storing very, very sensitive databases and information. There are so many things that can fall under critical infrastructure. But typically what that means is that this infrastructure is used by so many different entities. For example, a power grid, right? People use it, companies use it, depending on the state that you're in. There may be multiple grids. Same thing can apply to databases, for example. There's critical databases. For example, all of the, let's say, the social security numbers of every single person that lives in the United States, right? That's critical information. And wherever that information is housed, it's critical. And then the different entities that use that information, that falls under PII, so personally identifiable information. When you look at the various security baselines, basically any company that takes somebody's birthday and their social security number and their address and all that stuff, that falls under PII. So they have to abide by PII security baselines and standards. But that also falls under critical infrastructure. So the Department of Motor Vehicles falls under critical infrastructure. Power grids and power lines, the Department of Gas, so each state has their own regional gas company. All of those things fall under infrastructure. Solar companies. So there are so many different types of companies and entities and data sets that fall under critical infrastructure or critical information. So what we need to do, what we're going to be focusing on, is building scanning muscle memory. And you need this to ace this section and overall just get really good at cybersecurity. Scanning is a big deal. You're going to be doing scanning for developing your asset inventory for finding vulnerabilities, and you're going to be doing scanning in those contexts for defensive and offensive. So somebody who's doing pen testing, they also need to find an asset inventory and they need to find the vulnerabilities in that asset inventory so they know what the easiest one is to attack. And then from the perspective of defense, we got to do exactly the same thing to know what they're going to attack first and then block that thing or secure that thing, right? Especially if and we'll kind of talk about it more, especially if it's something that, if it gets hacked, it's going to cause a lot of damage. So that is something that we need to consider in our risk assessments and our vulnerability assessments is, this system is outdated and it houses really sensitive information. So if somebody hacks this, we are screwed. So there's a lot of different, there are a lot of different types of analyses that we're going to end up talking about, but it all falls under kind of the muscle memory, the mental muscle memory of scanning and assessments and ultimately vulnerability management. To get access to the CYSA Plus book, the practice questions, the exclusive episode downloads, and to get access to the CompTIA Linux Plus, Network Plus, PenTest Plus, and Security Plus course contents, and to get access to me via Discord plus all the future perks and content rollouts, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below. It's the link that says Join Hackaholics Anonymous. I look forward to seeing you in the Discord chats. If not, I look forward to seeing you in the comment section. Until then, happy hacking and stay out of trouble. Okay, so this domain and basically everything else, they kind of stack on top of each other. So everything that we talked about in the first domain for security operations, we talked about, IAM controls, identity access management, network visibility, logs, all of these things, threat intelligence, all of these things we're going to stack upon with domain 2, which has to do with vulnerability management. And then everything that we talk about after this will stack on top of everything that we've talked about so far. So they're directly related to each other, and they build on top of each other. They build upon each other. And this is very critical to understand when you do, for example, just to kind of take you through the steps, right? So you do enumeration to find what all the assets are. Then you do a scan to find what all the vulnerabilities are. And then you go do research to find what exploits can exist for those vulnerabilities that you just found. And then you do some more research to see how you can deploy those exploits and then hack into the system. And once you've gotten into the system, you start from the top. You do enumeration to find what is connected inside of that network. You do vulnerability scans to find what the vulnerabilities are. And then you do research to find how you can exploit those vulnerabilities and increase your privileges while you're inside the system, and so on and so forth, until you get to the level that then you can take advantage of your privileges and steal data, encrypt data, steal money, whatever it is, right? And it's no different from the defensive perspective either. It's the same thing. It's actually continuous, right? So this is another one of those words that you're going to see a lot. There is no such thing as, okay, we're done scanning. There's no such thing as, okay, we're done securing. That doesn't exist. You go from the A, you get to the Z, and then when you're done, you go back to A. And now you try to find something else and you try to fix something else. It's continuous. So there's continuous automated scanning that's done every day or every week to see what's going on. There's continuous backups that are done every day or every week. There's continuous on-demand targeted scans that's done every day or every week, because these things are constantly updated, like systems get updated all the time. And then more importantly, hackers get more skilled. So there are major changes. Yes, there are merges that take place. There's threat intelligence alerts. All of these things are, yes, absolutely true. But you really have to account for the fact that hackers are constantly developing new skill sets. And then they're also developing new exploits and new paths of attacking us, which is where the 0-day vulnerability and a 0-day attack comes in. Because those are things that even after all the scanning and prepping and everything that we do, they still find a new way to attack us that has not existed before. And now we have to account for that. So this is not a one stop, one shot, we're done. It's continuous, and it will most likely be that way indefinitely. You know what I mean? And this is why we need to use automated tools and automated structured of scans and schedules and things like that, because no matter what happens, you hire somebody, they do a really good job, but they're going to get promoted, or they're going to leave to a different company, or they're going to get fired, or I don't know, whatever the reason is, that really good person is going to be gone. So whatever the automated tasks are that have to be done, no matter who's on staff, those things have to be done all the time. And then if we can integrate those things with AI so that the patches and the reports for the patches and the assessments are done quicker and more automated as well, then that would be amazing. So the goal is not to find every single vulnerability. It's very, very difficult to do that. It's to find the ones that are most dangerous, especially if they're against important assets. That's basically the goal. You find the highest impact assets, and then you find the ones that have really basic vulnerabilities that are easy to exploit, and then you secure those things first. And then you go to the next ones, and then you go to the next ones. The assets that are the most important get dealt with first, and then you trickle your way down to severity, right? For whatever the severity next in line is, you take care of that one, and so on and so forth. All right, so our first main section is going to be scanning and assessment. And under scanning, the very first thing we need to talk about is the asset discovery process. So an asset could be information, it could be a person, and it could be a system. And then a subnet of your network, so a chunk of your network, could be an asset, right? So it doesn't matter what it is. There are a lot of things that can be considered assets. And then there's the process of discovering what they are and then finding out what their vulnerabilities are. And one of the big things, especially the reason why I mentioned people, is because people are the biggest vulnerability in most enterprises, in most companies and environments, because you could have all the tech down and the network could be perfect and the systems could be perfect. And then one schmuck they find a USB drive in the parking lot, they plug it into their computer at work, and then the entire network is screwed. Or they open an email that seems to be from, their best friend from college, and it says, hey, check out these girls that we used to, go to parties with or something, and they open it and they click on something, and the entire network is screwed. So there are so many different ways that you can exploit a human being, and so therefore that human being can be an asset, or they can also be a vulnerability. And you hear this word a lot in like spy movies. They're like, yeah, we've secured the asset. And they're referring to a human being who's a witness in some crazy espionage or something like that, right? So the first thing is to discover what those things are, who they are, internally, externally, and even agent-based discovery. Because you can't protect what you don't know exists. You have to first find out that it exists, and then you find out what it's vulnerable to, and then you protect it and you fix it. So asset discovery is step 0. It's the very first phase. I guess because when we look at programming, in a lot of programming languages, 0 represents the first position. So I think that's why that was written that way. Okay, so internal discovery. So this is the network range scanning. So ARP scanning, address resolution protocol, internet control message protocol, TCP SYN scans. These are just different types of active scans that can be done. Passive listening, so listening for DHCP, ARP, or broadcast traffic if you have some kind of a monitoring tool that you're using to sniff traffic. Integration with CMDB or Active Directory or cloud APIs, so AWS, Azure, etc. All of these things are internal. They're inside of the network. They're inside of the environment, okay? And this is why active scanning we're going to talk about it in more detail, but that actually falls under internal discovery because we have to be inside of the network to do these kinds of scans, or at the very least, we have to be ballsy enough to do an active scan from outside of the network to try to find what's inside of the network. But that's usually very loud and they block you right away and you can't do it anymore. The next one is external discovery. So internet-facing attack surface mapping. So Shodan, amazing tool. It's internet-facing. It's something that you can just get a membership to and start finding a bunch of assets inside of a company or inside of a city or something like that. I have a couple of videos on Shodan that I would highly recommend you check out. Census, another really good one. Binary Edge, another really good one. These are internet facing. They don't require a tool for you to download. You can just go to a website and start doing a bunch of really crazy discovery to see, what products or what systems are inside of Microsoft, and then inside of Las Vegas for Microsoft, what are these systems and the servers. It's really crazy how easy it is, especially with Shodan. It's amazing. DNS enumeration, certificate transparency logs, all these things are external facing. We can actually discover, again, using a website, we can do DNS record pulls on a website or a kind of like a domain that we found to see what we can find about that domain and what subdomains or directories exist on that domain. And the goal for all of this is to find shadow IT, right? So information technology that is in the shadows, that is technically not obvious or publicly advertised or anything like that, but it exists and we can access it from the World Wide Web without being inside of the network. Forgotten public assets, absolute gold mine right there. There are AWS S3 buckets, which are basically simple storage buckets inside of Amazon Web Services, and they house, files and folders and scripts or whatever, anything like intellectual property. And sometimes they are set to public and they are never put private. And so you can actually just find it, and next thing you know, you're stealing data, like really sensitive data. And all of these things are amazing. And same thing, like publicly accessible servers, whatever. Misconfigurations are a really big deal as well. This is a big concept for the OWASP top 10 list that's coming out in 2026. Very, very important set of ideas. I think it actually came out already. So the misconfigurations are a big, big concept in the top 10 list of the Web Application Security Project. And then we have the agent-based discovery. So endpoint agents. We've talked about this when we were doing endpoint detection and response in, I think it was the first or maybe the second episode, and using these different agents that would sit on an endpoint. So, my computer is the endpoint, and I can install an agent on my computer, and it will send all of the data from my computer to a server somewhere. And so now that server is collecting and ingesting data from my computer. And now we can do that for 100 different computers. And each one of those computers would be endpoints. And the agents on those endpoints are sending a bunch of information out. So we can actually do discovery of these agents, which as a result would give us discovery of the various endpoints that they're connected to. CrowdStrike, SentinelOne, Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, all common tools for this type of activity. Software inventory, installed applications, running services. These are the things that would be on my computer. What software is on my computer? What apps have I installed? What services are currently running on my computer? And this is all amazing information because it helps us to attack that individual system. So if you know exactly what's going on with my computer, then you know exactly what attack vectors exist on my computer, and then you can attack the most vulnerable one. And it's actually very accurate inside the perimeter because you would have to be internal, so there's a part of internal, but it also requires deployment. It requires that you actually deploy an endpoint detection response tool like CrowdStrike or SentinelOne or something like that, and then to be able to scan against it and try to find out what information you can extract from it. So everything that we're doing right here, all these things that we're talking about right here in CS0-004 is called discovery mapping, the continuous process of maintaining an accurate, up-to-date asset inventory. And so as you build out your assets and as you build out your network and you grow as a company, or let's say you have layoffs and you shrink as a company, it's important to do this continuously, right? So we talked about this in the previous slide. This is continuous. It's very similar to the vulnerability scan because you have to have a current database. You have to have an up-to-date asset inventory to know exactly where you stand with all your assets and then what their vulnerabilities are, etc., etc. And now that we know what discovery mapping is, we can compare them with security baselines. So in CS0-004, comparing scan results against industry-recognized security baselines is now a new topic. So we have the CIS benchmarks, for example, which would be a standard for hardening, right? So hardening or securing information systems. So operating systems, cloud services, containers, right? CIS is a common acronym. CIS benchmarks, if you see CIS, then you can think about a baseline or a security framework that you would have to abide by, regulations and compliance that you would have to abide by. It's in the same breath as PCI DSS, which is payment cards. So card holders, right? Card holder data environments, they require security and protection of somebody's credit card information because you could easily steal that information and then rob them, right? Steal their money, use their cards to pay for things. Rec 6, I believe it's requisition 6, vulnerability management is a part of the requirement, or it's probably requirement 6, I think is what it is. So part of vulnerability management, right? ISO 27001 Annex A controls like A126, technical vulnerability management. Again, it's acronyms. There's a lot of codes and acronyms, but all you need to know is that these are compliance standards. These are regulatory standards that you would have to abide by, and then make sure that whatever your assets are that you found in your discovery is abiding by whatever the benchmarks are for your industry, for your company. So for example, you scan a web server, you compare that it has missing patches for CIS level failure. So that would be, if it is missing patches, then it's a level failure, CIS level 1 failure. If it has weak TLS, which is transport layer security, which is basically encryption, if it has weak encryption for data that's in transit on a web application or a website or a server, then this means that PCI DSS 4.1 violation if your company actually has cardholder data, if it has payment card information inside of its databases. If there's exposed management ports, then you are now non-compliant with ISO 27001. So these things are not hard to find. These benchmarks are not hard to find. You can simply do a Google search and say, hey, listen, for my web server, and my company in this industry, what security standards do we have to abide by? What information security standards do we have to abide by? And then you'll get a wonderful long list. And then you can even also share your location, because if you're in California, for example, and you're doing web interactions in California, or better yet, if you expect that somebody from California can end up on your website, then you have to abide by the GDPR standard, right? So it doesn't matter what kind of information you share or whatever. If you have a website that somebody from California can access, you have to abide by GDPR, which is why anytime you go on a website, you'll see something pop up that says, hey, can we allow our cookies to follow your activity on the site? And then you say accept all cookies or reject all cookies. That's a part of GDPR regulations. Those pop-ups that came up because websites were using people's web data to market to them, to sell the web data, whatever. And if you don't opt in, if you reject all of those things, the website is not allowed to do that. And if they do, you can sue them, right? So this is like a really big thing that came around, and it was a result of the GDPR standard that came around. So you need to find out what is inside of your network, inside of your infrastructure and environment. And from there, you need to find out what baselines of security, what regulations and compliance you have to abide by, which will then drive your vulnerability scans, and it will drive your security operations. So we've already talked about scanning. So there are different types of scanning. We have passive scanning, we have active scanning, and we'll talk about those a little bit more. But basically anything that's internet-based, right? If you do a Shodan research, you're doing passive scanning and passive enumeration. When you do an Nmap scan, you're actually actively scanning, right? Then there's credentialed and non-credentialed. This is very specific to vulnerability scans. So non-credentialed is if I haven't logged into anything, I'm not inside of a website or a network, and I'm just scanning it for vulnerabilities. But if I have login credentials and I use my login credentials to log into the website, and depending on the kind of permissions that I have, right, that would also determine what I can and cannot do in my scan. But I can do a credentialed scan. So I have a username and password. I can get into the network. Once I'm inside the network, once I'm inside the website, the web app, whatever, once I'm inside the server, I can now do scans using my credentials. So you don't do it logging into the server. You use a tool that does scanning, and it offers you the option of using credentialed scans. And then you would enter your credentials inside of that tool, and then it would use your credentials to do an internal scan. So kind of just looking at all of these things right here. So you have the method, detection capability, the noise level, accuracy, and use case. So a passive reconnaissance, passive enumeration, the detection capability is usually very low because you're listening or just watching. You're not doing any kind of active probing. So the noise level will also be very low. You're not going to be detected, especially like imagine that you're on, a mile away and you're using binoculars to look at a building, kind of a thing. That's what this is. It's very hard to detect you. The accuracy can be decent, but it's not going to be the best accuracy. And it's typically used for initial discovery in a stealthy manner, as you can imagine. You're trying to avoid detection and you're just trying to find out how many doors are at this building, how many guards are surrounding this building, right? Can we see any cameras on the outside of the building, etc. So in the world of cybersecurity, you're just looking at what is publicly available, open source intelligence, also known as OSINT. You're doing Google searches, you're doing Google hacking type searches, you're going to use Shodan, you're going to use any other website that you can use without revealing that you're actually doing reconnaissance. You're not going to be detected, but your accuracy won't be the highest either. But once you have this information, then you can move on to active scanning and active discovery. And this involves actual scans that take place. So this would be the equivalent of you walking up to the building, trying to open the door of the building and noticing that that door is locked, right? It's not open all the time, and you would need to break the lock or something to actually enter it. It would be the equivalent of you trying to go to the front gate and seeing what kind of credentials or ID or something that they would ask from you. So you can find out a lot of good information, but it's also really noisy, right? At the door that you're trying to break into, there's probably a camera. If it's a locked door, there's probably a camera on that door. When you go into the front security, now they have you on camera and they've seen your face and maybe they have your fingerprints or something like that. But you can also find really good information because it's very accurate. When you use Nmap to scan somebody, especially if you do Nmap TCP scan or something with a vulnerability script attached to it, you're going to get really good, accurate information. So you get a full-on vulnerability assessment when you use active scans and active reconnaissance. And then there's non-credentialed and credentialed. So non-credentialed, surface level, medium to high noise level, medium accuracy, and external perimeter or quick checks. Credentialed would be you actually have a security badge and you enter the building, right? That's basically what it is. So if you're doing a scan with credentials, it's a deep scan, deep view of everything. Medium noise level, very high accuracy because now you're inside and you can check for configuration checks. You can do patch status, you can do registry status, and a variety of other things as well. So as you can imagine, doing passive non-credentialed would be the least accurate but the least noisy, and then doing active credentialed would be the most accurate but also the most noisy. So these are the different layers of reconnaissance that you can do, the different layers of discovery that you can do, and the types of results that you can expect from these activities. The CS0-004 examination is going to expect you to understand the combinations of those things. So the risk to a production system, you need to know if it's an active credentialed scan, you probably have a higher risk to the production system. If you need accuracy versus stealthiness, you need to know which one it is that you're going to search for or use, implement. And then of course, regulatory requirements. So which regulations do you have to abide by as you're doing your vulnerability scanning? And should you be scanning a system that is super sensitive, that also has really sensitive information on it? You know what I mean? And should you be trying to break into it? Because if you crash it and it doesn't have a redundancy or a backup server, now you've damaged the business and you most likely will damage customers, which will then open up the doors for a bunch of litigation and PR nightmares and lawsuits and financial loss, and then you'll lose your job and then you won't be able to get a new job and da-da-da-da-da-da. So many things. So regulations and compliance are the key driver when it comes down to information security. It's kind of like the series of rules that you have to follow. We do have to mark critical infrastructure as just its own dedicated slide over here. So things like supervisory control and data acquisition, industrial control systems, I completely missed what that was. OT, all these types of environments require special care. And this actually has its own dedicated emphasis inside of CS0-004. So this rule applies to everything, by the way. This is not just something that oh, okay, you should only apply to critical infrastructure. This applies to everything. You never active scan anything without explicit approval. And explicit approval means it's written and the person who signed off on it is somebody that actually has the authority to sign off on it. It's not just something that they gave you a handshake or a head nod and they're like, yeah, sure, you could do it. There needs to be some kind of a paper trail that you actually have permission to do what you're doing, because if it comes back on you, you need to be able to say, here's the instructions that I received from this person, and this person is authorized to give me this permission, right? If you don't do this, it can cause physical process disruption, especially in these types of environments, but it can cause data loss, it can cause loss of money, a bunch of things. You want to use passive monitoring. So monitoring, you want to use passive monitoring with tools like Nozomi, Clarity, Dragos for asset discovery. Whenever possible, you always want to start with this no matter what, see what you can find passively, and then move closer and start being a little bit louder and more active with your discovery. Credentialed scans only on test replicas or during scheduled maintenance windows. Again, very, very important. Either use a replica that does exactly what that system does so that you can find whatever the flaws or vulnerabilities are, or when you're going to scan it, you need to do it during scheduled maintenance windows where there's not actual production or work being done. Focus on known exploitable legacy vulnerabilities first and then move your way up. So Windows XP or Windows 7, definitely legacy and definitely more vulnerable these days because there are so many exploits for those older versions of Windows. Or old Siemens PLCs, all of these, so anything that's a legacy environment, an outdated server, outdated Linux machine, Windows, doesn't matter. If it's old, it's probably going to be the first thing that you're going to try to see if you can exploit. And then what information is even on that thing? Is it worth it for you to spend the time and energy to try to exploit that thing? And map it to CISA, known vulnerable or known exploited vulnerabilities. And so this is the actual database of vulnerabilities that can be exploited. And usually there's also some kind of a link or some kind of a reference to whatever the original exploit was that they used to exploit that vulnerability. This is where the concept of script kiddies come in. Script kiddies are hackers that aren't really that skilled, so they use other hackers' source code. They use an exploit that was written by a different hacker to hack a system because it's known. We know that these systems are vulnerable. We know that there's exploits that already exist for this. So we're just going to take that route, especially if we think that it actually has critical infrastructure or critical information available, and that is absolutely like the lowest hanging fruit, basically. So this is mandatory for federal contractors because you actually do have to map to these specific catalog items just so you can say, hey, listen, based on what I've done, based on these scans, you need to know that it actually lands inside of this exploitable vulnerabilities that have been exploited in the past. Therefore, it's something that you need to pay attention to right away. So it's actually mandatory if you're working in a federal government type of an environment. So quick little story for you. This happened as recently as 2024, 2025. So there was a water treatment plant that suffered a ransomware attack because there was an active scan that triggered a PLC watchdog timer. So the scan triggered the timer, which ended up causing a denial of service attack on the water flow control system, which basically means that the water flow system is no longer available for service to people who need water, right? And so this is it's as recent as 2024, 25. And so this lesson is to always separate IT and OT scanning policies. So information technology and operational technology scanning policies need to be separated because, I mean, doing one should not have anything to do with the other. If you do an IT scan, you should not be affecting operational technologies. It's very, very, very important because operational technologies have things to do like give people water, right? So it seems simple, right? It seems like it would be common sense, but as you can imagine, common sense is not so common in this world of ours. So just keep things like this in mind. This actually happened recently, 24, 25. This is last year, like the year before last year, the last year. So yeah. All right, and a last note over here, last slide before we go into the demo and the practice questions. There's also the cloud-specific assessment. So as important as critical infrastructure assessments are, so are cloud-specific assessments. Because as we mentioned at the top of this video, there are so many companies that are going more and more, and even more and more companies are going into cloud environments. And so we need to be very familiar with cloud environments, especially for CS0-004 of the examination, CySA+. So Scout Suite is a very common name, and Prowler is also a very common name in cloud assessments. So they change constantly. Cloud environments are being updated constantly. They're being upsized or downsized constantly. And this is something that is it's kind of like the key benefit of cloud environments. They're very customizable. They're very malleable. With a couple of clicks, you can add 100 new servers, right? It's not hard to do. So traditional scanners miss misconfigurations. So because of the fact that there's a constant evolution, constant change, and malleability to cloud environments, a traditional scanner will probably not be able to keep up with it. So misconfigurations exist in cloud-specific environments. For example, you create a new server, you forgot to configure it to be access only to people that are in management, and now it's available to everybody in the company. And some idiot in the company decides to do something, etc., 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 and now you're at risk. And so a traditional scanner might miss that misconfiguration inside of the cloud environment. So this is why Scout Suite and Prowler are actually so important. So Scout Suite is recently, as of I don't know exactly when, but it's now a part of NCC Group, which is basically the holding company. And so it offers multi-cloud auditing, and you can use AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, Alibaba, whatever it is. You can use any of those platforms inside of your scan. It reads configurations via API, meaning there is no agents that you need to install on these various environments to be able to execute your scan. It maps to CIS, PCI DSS, NIST, GDPR, which is the thing that I talk about for websites. If anybody from California, right, accept all, reject all cookies. That's basically what that is. NIST, very big name in security frameworks. And I mean, there are so many different security frameworks as well, but it maps to a variety of different security frameworks. And then it produces an HTML report with risk ratings, which is basically the least thing that these tools should be able to do for you. They should generate a report after they do their scan, and each one of those reports should say, okay, this is the risk rating for the list of vulnerabilities that I found. I believe these top 3 vulnerabilities need to be addressed right away. They have a severity of critical, and then I believe these bottom 10 or whatever are informational, and they're kind of like medium level severity. So all assessments or all vulnerability scanners and vulnerability assessment tools should give you a report that has risk ratings on it and should rank which ones you should be addressing first. This is a very, very common thing. It's kind of the reason why we're even doing all of this, is to get a report at the end of it so that we know what we need to address first. And then we have Prowler, which is an open source version of basically what Scout Suite is. And it, again, also messes with AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. I guess Alibaba is not linked in that list of cloud environments that we can scan. It's very fast. It's command line interface based. It checks hundreds of CIS controls, outputs JSON, CSV, and HTML reports. And it's excellent for continuous integration, continuous development, pipeline integration, which is very common in software development, and of course anything that has to do with the cloud environment as well. So both tools are non-intrusive and they're API based, which means they don't require installation of agents, and they're perfect for continuous cloud assessments Especially if it's command line based, you could literally schedule something inside of a script and then you can just run it every week or something and then just do a scan every week and then it'll output to JSON. And then if you know how to, connect to the email server of somebody. So let's say if you get the SMTP address for somebody's Google, for their Gmail account, I should say, you can actually even email them their reports, just so whoever the auditor is or for whoever the senior security analyst is, they would get these reports emailed to them and they can go ahead and review those reports. So cloud-specific assessments and cloud-specific environments are very, very common these days, and this ends up being one of the most commonplace types of security activities that you'll have to execute, whether or not you're doing defensive or offensive security. All right, for today's demo, we're going to be using Nmap yet again, and ZenMap is basically the graphical interface version of Nmap. But we want to be good hackers, so we're going to use the command line. And we used Nmap in not the last episode, I think the episode before, when we were doing enumeration. And we're going to be using it in a similar manner. So if you've seen that video, then more likely this will be review for you. But it's always great to review these things. I always enjoy doing them and repeating the exercises because it just, as we mentioned earlier, we just want it to be in the muscle memory. We want it to be in our mental muscle memory, and then of course at the tips of our fingers as well, just so we know how to do these things like it's a second language almost, or like you're walking or riding a bike, something like that. So we're going to be doing a few different scans. This is just kind of like a glimpse of what we're going to end up doing, but for the most part today we're going to implement the scan type that includes the scripts that we can run. So there are a couple of vulnerability scripts that come with Nmap, and it's actually it's very in the theme, in the spirit of everything that we've talked about in this episode, because we're talking about vulnerability management. So we definitely should be using the scripts that are included in Nmap, including the vulnerability script itself as well. But we'll start from the very top, from host discovery, because we do want to find various hosts that are available on our network and to see if we can run a variety of different port scans, OS detection, etc., for those different hosts. So we're going to start from the very top, where we actually try to find various hosts. Now, if you don't recognize this is the subnet scan. So anytime that you're looking at an IP address, this is an IPv4 address. IPv4 has this it's very common. Usually when people think about IP addresses, they think about this format right here. And so the first three, or the first set of numbers, I should say, that's before the first dot, that would be considered the first octet. And then we have the next octet and the next and the next. So in total, we have 42 octets. Octet represents 8 bits, and so if we do 4 times 8, we would be with 32 bits, and that is the total number of bits that would be assigned to a given IPv4 address. So when we do this, where we have the first 3 octets filled in, and then we leave the last one at 0, and we do a /24, what we're saying is essentially we are going to use this 3 sets right here as our subnetwork. So we've given 3 octets, 3 times 8 would be 24. And so we're trying to fill in this last octet. We're trying to find what other numbers will show up at the end of this, because each one of them will represent one machine, one computer, server, cell phone, whatever, right? So this specific lineup right here, this format, this syntax that you see in front of you, is to scan a subnet that we have assigned 3 octets for, or 24 bits for. So Nmap can help us do this. When we run this right here, we're going to essentially find any other IP address that would be inside of this subnet. So let's actually go ahead and do that. Now, for the purposes of our exercise, we're going to be using TryHackMe because, number one, it's free. You can get an account with a username and password, and then it allows you to scan systems that we have actual permission to scan. If you wanted to do this with your own machine, it's perfectly fine. We talked about the installation of a Linux machine in the very first episode. It was actually episode 0, where we talked about the installation and setting up our lab environment for simulations. So you can follow those instructions to set up your own Linux machine if you don't have it. If you want to use your own computer, you can use Windows or Mac OS. You would just need to download Nmap, which you can do as well. And the other part of it is just scanning your own network. So that's kind of the rule here, is just do a scan against the network that you have explicit access to. So if you know the IP address of your machine, then you can very easily find out your subnet, which would be the first 3 numbers basically, or the first 3 octets, I should say. And then the very last one you can leave at 0, do a /24, and then you'll be able to find all of the devices in your household that are connected to your local internet. So your cell phone, your TV, whatever has internet access that's actually connected to the internet, it'll show up inside of your scan. It's kind of a cool way to see what the IP addresses are that are assigned to each one of the devices inside of your local network, inside of your home network. So we're going to end up using TryHackMe though. So this is the actual room itself, but when you log in with a free account, at the very top, there's a Learn button. You click on the Learn button and it brings you to the Learn page, and you end up on the roadmap page by default, which is this portion right here on the left-hand side right here. You end up there. So you want to click on walkthroughs. When you click on walkthroughs, you want to come to this specific bar right here, this specific drop down, and you want to choose the free only option so you can see all of the free rooms. And then I searched for network discovery basically. And so there's a bunch of different free rooms for network discovery. The one that I selected is network services, which is right over here. And this is what it opens up. It opens up the network services room. When you open up the network services room, this button that says show view or show split view, this originally said start attack box. So I clicked on that. It took about a minute for it to load. And then in the third task right here, there's another button right here that was a bright green, very similar to this logo that you see right here. It was a bright green. I clicked that and that took about another minute for it to load. This machine button right here gave us this IP address, which is the IP address we're going to be scanning. And then our attack box gets its own IP address. So I'm going to click on show split view just so you can see what this looks like. And this is the machine. This is the Linux machine that we get as our attack box. It has a bunch of tools already installed on it. And this is why I also prefer using Kali Linux, because it also has a bunch of security tools installed on it. I do understand that there are a bunch of different distributions for Linux, and there are a lot of people that prefer different types of Linux, different distributions. That's perfectly fine. I use Kali Linux because I'm in security and I'm into hacking, and it comes pre-installed with everything that I need. So I'm going to open up the terminal, as you can see right there, and I'm going to copy this IP address right here. And so first we're going to scan the subnet. We're trying to do discovery, right? Discovery and enumeration. So let's zoom in on this a little bit more even. So this is what it looks like. We basically do nmap. That's how you call on nmap. And then you can do sn or you can do sv, whatever it is that you want to do. You can do ss. SS is the SYN scan, which is much quicker. And it also is stealthier because it only sends out a SYN packet. We talked about the full TCP handshake. If you don't know what that is, you can look that up. You'll find a very quick description. But we also talked about it in the episode where we're doing the initial nmap scans. So the SYN scan is a much quicker and a quieter scan. And so we're going to do this now. We're going to paste the IP address, and then I'm going to delete the last 3 numbers, put a 0, and then do /24 because we want to use this 3 sets right here as our subnet. And then we're going to scan for the last octet. So we press enter, takes a couple of seconds, and then it'll give us all the IP addresses that it can find inside of this subnet. And it's actually really nice and it's really handy. So this would be the first step to identify all of the assets. So we were talking about asset discovery and I think it was the discovery navigation, something like that. That was the key term. This would be the very first step. We're just trying to find out what all the different assets are inside of this subnet, what all the different IP addresses are that are connected to this subnet. So we'll give it a couple of seconds, maybe a minute or so, wait for it to finish. There we go. It actually finished right there. So that's perfect. So it gave us two, basically. So we have the 1066.140.91 at the end, and then 142.15. And I think the one that we actually have been assigned is the one that ends in 215. If there were more, then we would see more. But for this scan, we only saw these two right here. Now, technically, there can be up to 254 IP addresses for a given subnet, the one that we just saw right here. So for this particular subnet, we only have two that shows up, but technically there could be 254 different IP addresses that start with 1066 and 140. Now, since we have these two, we can pick and choose, right? We can pick and choose which one we want to do more of a scan on and do more reconnaissance and enumeration and things like that. So let's pick this one. This is the one that was assigned to us anyway, so I feel like this probably has more things for us to discover. But real quick, we see that, it scanned the top 1,000 scans by default top 1,000 ports, I should say. It scanned the top 1,000 ports by default, and so 997 of those ports are closed, and then there's only 3 open. This does not mean that it scanned the first 1,000 ports. It scanned the top 1,000 ports, which is the most commonly used ports. And so out of those, 997 showed closed, and then 3 of them showed open. So we're going to clear the screen. We're going to do nmap again, and now I want to see a service version. So I'm going to do SV, and I want to also see operating system. So I will do -O. We can also just kind of do -A, which would scan all. It would give us all of the options that nmap can actually run. And since I'm only going to be scanning one IP address, I'm totally okay with doing that. So I'm just going to do that, or it actually took the 91. I don't even know what that was. But we'll just copy the IP address again. So we're going to scan the IP address right here, and we're going to run all of these scans, which will do the top, I think that like maybe 4 or 5 different options, as well as a bit of service discovery, as well as a bit of script scans as well. So we're going to give this a minute to run, because usually when you choose A, it takes some time for it to actually finish the scan. So I'm going to let it run, and we'll be right back when it's done. Okay, so that actually was not that bad. It took a total of 25 seconds for it to run. So if we scroll to the very, very top, we'll begin the results here. So again, it scanned the top 1,000, showed 997 closed. It did a service scan. It got a version for us. So OpenSSH on port 22 is running the 8.2 version, and it's Ubuntu. And then we have 2 SMB, so server message block ports that are open. No exact operating system matches, but it does give us a good guess here. So it ran the TCP IP fingerprint, and then we can see right here that it thinks that it is a Linux machine, which I believe is actually a pretty good guess. We also got the network distance, and as well as another service info, and it says OS is Linux. So this is a pretty solid guess that we actually have a Linux machine. And then we have some scripts that were ran. So the nbstat, netbios name, the user potentially, none of the, unfortunately, all of these things came back as unknown, so it's pretty useless for us. It did search for the SMB ports as well, and it tried to get some information. It does have 2.02 for this version. It did get us a date. It doesn't have a start date for us. And traceroute only had 1 hop, so that's that. And that's pretty much all we get for running A. So the A option, which runs all. It actually doesn't run everything. So if we do a manual for nmap and we try to find the all scanning option, so I'm going to skim through this real quick and try to find that for you, but it'll actually show us which types of options it does run when we choose the A option. So let me go ahead and find it real quick, and then I'll kind of cover that with you. So it actually falls under miscellaneous, the miscellaneous category. And so it says it enables OS detection, which is -O, version detection, -SV, script scanning, and traceroute. And now the script scanning is not all of the scripts. So there's actually a large number of scripts that are available inside of Nmap, including the default script that we can run, and we can see that under script scan. So SC is the equivalent to script default, or you can just do -- script equals default. And then it has script for a variety of different ones right here, arguments we can give it, etc., etc. So there's a lot of different scripts that are available. To get the full list of scripts, I would actually have to Google it, but there is a command that we can run to get the full list of scripts. So in the Linux terminal, we can always do ls and then go to the path where all the scripts are stored inside of our installation. And typically it is inside of the user share nmap scripts. So let's actually make sure that that's where our nmap did install. So I'm gonna go ahead and press Q here, and we're going to go into, so let's say cd user share nmap. Let's see if that exists. That does exist. Okay, great. So right here, there should be a folder for scripts, and we can see that. So we're going to do ls scripts, and there we go. Now we actually have all these scripts. These are all the scripts that come installed with nmap. So that -- script equals command, we could do -- script equals and then give any of these names right here, and it'll go ahead and run basically the script that's available. So anytime that you see vuln, it's going to scan for some kind of a vulnerability. Now this is an actual ID for a vulnerability for server message block. So as you can see, there's several of them. So we can actually go ahead, because we saw a couple of SMB ports open, so we can actually run that against those ports. There's SNMP vulnerability, SSH, and then there's like a default vulnerability script as well that I believe is under vuln somewhere. It might just be this one, vulners NSE maybe, I think, but there's a lot. Maybe it's under default as well. So if we go under D, we might be able to find that. But for the most part, depending on what ports are open and what you think you want to do, what kind of information you want to gather, there's most likely a script for it. And it's, in my opinion, one of the awesome benefits that's available with Nmap, and it's just something that you should try. Go ahead and see what you can find as far as open ports are concerned, and then run one of these scripts to see what you can find. And what's really nice is that it also has enumeration scripts in here as well. So I think there was a MySQL enumeration. There we go. MySQL enumeration script is available for here. MySQL users, which it'll try to find users that have access to the MySQL database. If you actually find a SQL port that's open, or if you find a port that houses SQL on there, ncp enum users, and I think there's even just a basic enum users script as well that is just super powerful. There are a lot. There's a lot of scripts that are in here that are really powerful. So we definitely want to use them as best as we possibly can. So there's a bunch right here. So we have the SMB enum domain, etc., and then we also have the SMB vulnerability scans over here as well. So we can find those. There's SMB system info. You know what? Instead of doing this, I'm going to open this in full screen, and I'm going to open up a second terminal for us, so we can actually use all of this list available to us right here, and just kind of go have some fun with this scan of our server here. So if I do the nmap ss on the IP address one more time, we'll be able to see exactly which ports we have open. There we go. So we do see that we have 139 and 445 open, and they both have that the SMB. So if I do -sv as well, we should be able to see the versions of the things that we have. So we did SS, and then we can also do SV, and so it'll show us the versions of these things, and then the versions is where we saw that they were SMB. So Samba SMB 4.62, right? So we can go ahead and try to run one of these vulnerability scans against that thing. And this is where scripts really come in and they shine a lot. So it says SMB, so we know that it is an SMB port. So now I can do nmap, right? And then I can do script equals, smb-vuln dash, I'll do, there's a few different ones. So we can do CVE-2017-7494.NSE. So that's this one right here. It's using the vulnerability for the CVE, the common vulnerability ID for the one that was in 2017. It's kind of old, so we'll see if this will even bring up anything for us. But we're running that, and then now we have to actually tell it which port we want to scan. So we're going to do -p, and then we're going to say 139, and then we're going to comma, and we'll do 445. So we want both of these ports because they both have Samba on there. So let's try to run it and see what we get. So it says no targets were specified, 0 hosts. That does not make sense. Oh, I didn't include an IP address. That's my bad. So we'll do this again. I completely forgot to include the IP address, which is a very rookie, silly mistake. So 66.140.215, there we go. Now we have an IP address. And so what did it do? It ran it. Did it give us anything? Scan report, etc. Nothing available. It just says that that's available. So I guess nothing was available for that. So that's basically what we see right there. So let's see if we can do a vulnerability scan altogether and see what we can find for this IP address altogether. Really, at this point, I'm kind of going off script here and just doing whatever I can to see, what we can find. But there are so many options that I can sit here all day trying all of these different options. So I am gonna just pick one of the ones that tends to be the default vulnerability scan. I'm gonna try to find out which one that is, and I'll just run the default vulnerability scan, and that'll be it, because I don't want to spend too much time on this. I was just trying to show you how we can actually do the host discovery part. That was the most important part for me. And then based on the host discovery, you can go ahead and pick and choose which specific target you want to scan, and then even do the ports that you want to scan, right? So we're going to go ahead and do that against the open ports that we have, and we're going to use the default vulnerability script. Okay, so basically we can do script vuln just by itself, or we can do script vulners by itself, and we'll be able to see if anything does exist as far as vulnerabilities are concerned for the machine. So let's go ahead and do that. So we'll do nmap and we'll do -script vuln. I'll just try that. And then we'll give it an IP address right here. And we're just going to let it run. Let's see if that actually works and what we can get as a result from it. I think this is the default vulnerability script that runs just so we can try to find any vulnerabilities that exist. And it's going to do it on all the open ports. So those 3 open ports that we saw, the port 22, 139, 445, I think it was. So it's going to run it for all of them and see if we can find anything. And then I'll try the vulners as well, just to see if that gives us any other information. And we can kind of bookmark that in our mind for future scans, just to know which one gave us more information. So let us wait. And oh, perfect. As soon as I did that, it showed it. So, okay, here we go. So we got the scan right here. Script execution failed. Okay, well, that's beautiful. Host script results, Samba vulnerability, could not negotiate a connection. Vulnerability MS1 false, could not negotiate another connection. So none of this stuff worked. Well, that is just peachy, isn't it? So let's go ahead and try the vulners one, since that one, oh, this one came back super quick and there was no response to it. So that does not incite any kind of what's the word that I'm looking for? Confidence. That didn't work. So the equal sign, I think, had too much. Whoops. I'm so sorry about that. I don't know if that noise is super loud on your end, but I'm just trying to see if I can get information out of this thing. And it seems like I am limited on the information that I can get. So let's see if this will work this one time around. Maybe I was missing an equal sign or something, and that's why it didn't work. But it looks like it did scan, or at least it tried to scan. On this section right here, it looks like it did actually try to scan it, but it does say error, script execution failed, use D to debug. So maybe that didn't work. Maybe we were missing an equal sign. Let's see what it's like when we actually include the equal sign. Okay, that didn't give us any more information either. So there are, there are so many different things that we can run, because there's the NetBIOS, there's Microsoft DS, and I'm not trying to go too far off the rails here, because we can use Metasploit to do vulnerability scans, and we can do a deep dive on what potential vulnerabilities even exist for a given version of SMB and NetBIOS and all that stuff. So there are so many different ways that we can approach this to be able to find information. I'm trying to see if I can actually find anything specific to NetBIOS, and it doesn't seem like there is. There's Nessus, there's NetBus, but it doesn't seem like there's NetBIOS. And then, to take it a step further, we can look for versions of things to see what actual vulnerabilities exist. And I don't want to take the steam away from the rest of the course, because this is usually what I do. I usually start somewhere and I want to just talk about one thing, and then I end up going off the rails and I do a bunch of things, and then I take the steam away from future episodes, because we're going to be talking about a bunch of stuff inside of this course, and I don't want to do all the labs in advance. So for the purposes of this episode, for us doing service discovery, for us doing vulnerability scanning, and all of those things, I think this is a good starting point. If we really wanted to, we could actually go ahead and one by one do all of these vulnerability scans for the SMB ports that are open right here. And that just by itself could be a really, really fun exercise. So I'm going to do that one more thing. I'm going to try to see if I can combine all of these together and include them all as one specific query. And if I can do it, then I'll go ahead and do it, and we'll run that before we end the demo. Okay, cool. So I did learn that I can include multiple scripts inside the same query, inside of the same command. So that's exactly what we're going to do. And I also learned that we don't include the NSE at the end of it inside of the prompt. So that's fun. And I think that may have been the reason why that one other one didn't work for us. So what we're going to do now is we're going to actually run it against our target. And from there, we're going to use all of the different scripts that are available to us for SMB, server message block. So just to scan it one more time, it is port 139 and 445. So just to keep that in mind, those are the two ports that we're going to scan. And then we're going to now include the full list right here. So I'm going to scan all these guys right here. I'm going to do all of those different vulnerability scanners for SMB and just see what I can actually find. So it should be pretty fun. Hopefully it'll be informative. And that'll be the last step that we're going to take before we end the demo. So now we're going to do a time lapse of me typing, and hopefully I don't make too many mistakes. All right, let's do it. Okay, that's it. That includes all of these right here. And now I'm going to paste the IP address, and then I'm going to do -p 139 and comma 445. So those are the ports that we're scanning. I just want to make sure I spelled these correctly. So they all include SMB. Sometimes I do SMV because B and V are so close to each other, and it's dark right now. I can't see my keyboard, and so we can hopefully try to get some really good ones done right here. So vuln, you see right here, this one right here, that is incorrect, because instead of doing a dash, I did a 0. And same thing for this one. Instead of doing a dash, I did a 0. So that would have came back failed automatically. So let's go and fix this one as well. And let's now, I think that should be fine now. I think that's actually all of them, and I did them correctly for the most part. And fingers crossed, here we go. Okay, look at that. So it says failed to initialize the script engine because why? Users main SMB vuln 05 did not match a category file name or directory. Okay, so now I have to check to make sure that I actually typed these things out correctly. So 10054, it's saying that it doesn't exist. when it actually does. MS10054 does exist, but I didn't do MS10. I did 10054. So I need to actually do MS10054. So those, I'm just gonna real quick check all of the script names to make sure I did them correctly. Okay, I think that's it. Let's press enter. Let's see if this actually works. Fingers crossed. I checked all the spellings, so hopefully this is good. And it only ran 2 of them, it looks like. So MS10 false, MS10 61, 54 both. So it couldn't negotiate or do anything. So, this kind of is not giving us a good response as to whether or not Nmap is a good vulnerability scanner. It's definitely a good enumerator because it literally stands for, Nmap stands for network mapper. So that's definitely a good thing. But vulnerability scanning doesn't seem to be, it's at least not for SMB on this specific virtual machine. That might be the thing that it's not the best for. But it seems solid otherwise. So that's what we have for using Nmap as a vulnerability scanner. I'm going to try to see if I can find any pre-installed vulnerability scanners on this free machine that comes with OWASP Zap. There you go. That's a good vulnerability scanner, but it's for web applications. So like websites and web applications, that's a good one. Nikto is a good scanner as well. And Mimikatz, there we go. It's not a scanner, but it's more for dumping hash values and credentials when you actually establish a connection. So it's more for post exploitation than anything else. WFuzz, all these guys. Metasploit is a really good one for doing vulnerability scanning and things like that. So I am not going to go crazy with it, mainly because we're going to be using Metasploit in future episodes, and there's also really in-depth episodes or videos on this channel that use Metasploit. So I don't want to recreate a bunch of things when I know that they already exist. And if you are interested in them, I would highly encourage you to check out the Metasploit videos just so you can see how you can use Metasploit. But again, I've kind of already gone too far with this anyways. So we're going to cut the demo. We're going to do our practice questions and wrap it up. Okay, so here we go. Practice questions for episode 5, chapter 5. We're going to get several multiple choice, several scenario. I'm going to hopefully get most of them right, if not all of them right. I have not practiced these questions or rehearsed them. I just did like a copy paste just to create the slideshow. So I don't know the answers to these things. I'm just going to kind of think out loud with you just so you can see how I think about this stuff and how I come to the conclusion. And a lot of times it is process of elimination because I know what answer isn't the correct answer, and I use that to narrow down my options and hopefully find the right answer. Critical thinking, very, very important skill in this particular phase. And one final note is you're always looking for the most obvious answer. There are a lot of times that you'll get answers that kind of seem like they would be good, and if you have to convince yourself of the answer, it's probably not the answer. So you're looking for answers that are the most obvious. This is what I've learned from taking all the CompTIA exams that I've taken, like actual certification exams that I've taken, and I've passed them, by the way. So just so you know, this actually works. This methodology of test taking skills actually does work. And one of the big hints was the most obvious answer is the right answer. If you have to convince yourself of the answer, that's not the answer. Okay, here we go. Question number 1. Which scanning method is least likely to disrupt a production ICS, industrial control system environment? So least likely to disrupt a production ICS. Credentialed active scan, aggressive Nmap scan, passive network monitoring, API-based cloud assessment. So scanning method, an aggressive Nmap scan to disrupt the production. I don't think it would disrupt the production. I think the credentialed active scan would have more of a possibility to disrupt production environments. Passive network monitoring, I don't know if that even counts as scanning because it's technically just monitoring the activity of a network passively. So I don't think that's even considered a scan. API-based cloud assessment also doesn't imply that we're doing a scan. So the only two that really seem like they would fall under scanning methods would be A or B. And I want to say A is actually more likely to cause disruption than B would be. So now the question is, which scanning method is least likely to disrupt something? And again, A and B are the only two that would be considered scans. But technically, passive network monitoring is the least aggressive of all these, and it's the least likely to disrupt a production environment. I just don't think it qualifies as an answer based on what the question is. So I would say that between the two scan types, A and B, between these two, I would say B would be the answer. But it could very well be C. Yeah, it is C. Okay, so passive network monitoring, even though technically it doesn't even look like it's an actual scan that we're doing, that could be the answer. So, okay. Scout Suite and Prowler primarily perform vulnerability assessments via cloud. So this is these two specifically. I know they're based on a cloud. Packet capture is not necessarily a vulnerability assessment type. It's just a type of traffic sniffing. Agent installation is what they do not do. And they actually even went as far as stating it in the course documents. So Scout Suite is not an agent, or it does not require an agent. Same thing for Prowler. They do API calls, so that's definitely it. And they don't, I don't think they do port scanning specifically. So it would be C. Very good. What is the main benefit of credentialed scanning compared to non-credentialed? So non-credentialed would be surface level. Credentialed would be a deeper scan, and it really gets a lot of details out of it. So that's kind of like the big thing. It is not going to be faster. So the benefit of credentialed scanning is not that it's faster. Non-credentialed would be faster. The ability to detect configuration issues and patch status internally, keyword right there, that would definitely be a good answer. Lower network noise, also not the case because it is credentialed, so it's most likely going to have higher, well, they were both, if I remember correctly from that chart that we looked at, they were both medium noise categorized, so I guess they would be the same, so I don't think it would be lower. Stealthier operation is also not the case because you are technically doing a credentialed. So the answer is obviously B. Which baseline is most commonly used for hardening cloud workloads? So I see. Okay, so PCI DSS is payment card. ISO 27002, no idea. NIST 853, I think this is for Wi-Fi. And then CIS benchmark. So this is actually a good question to Google because I don't know the answer to. And I wouldn't get access to Google if I were to take the exam. So this is kind of, I have to, these questions are tough for me right now. Okay, so PCI DSS, not it for sure. CIS benchmarks, cloud information security maybe? Maybe that cloud infrastructure security, I think that's what that stands for. So I'm going to say B is a good one. NIST 853, I don't think that's it. I think that's specific for wireless. And ISO 27002, I don't think that's it either. I'm going to say B. It is B. So CIS benchmarks. CIS, Cloud Information Security or Cloud Infrastructure Security. I believe that's what that stands for. Okay, very good. In OTICS, so OT would be operational, right? Operational technology. ICS would be industrial control system. So we're talking about critical infrastructure here. What should always be obtained before performing an active? This is the answer for anything. When you see what should always be obtained before performing a scan, explicit written permission from operations engineering, that should always be obtained. Explicit written permission should always be obtained before you start doing anything. Vendor approval only. Vendors might not even have anything to do with our environment. CISA, KEF catalog reference, not necessarily. Passive monitoring baseline, not necessarily. It says before performing an active scan, you have to get explicit written permission. What is the primary purpose of discovery mapping? So discovery mapping is when we were doing what we just did with Nmap. Basically, we were doing enumeration to try to find assets, right? To try to find what is inside of our environment, what the different IP addresses are, the machines, etc. So we're trying to maintain, we're trying to find Vulnerabilities, I guess, prioritizing patches, maintaining an accurate current asset inventory. This is the one right here. An accurate current asset inventory, that would be indeed the answer. Which tool is best for fast, open source, CLI-based cloud security posture assessment? So Prowler. Prowler was the CLI-based one, and it's also the open source one. Scout Suite is not open source, and I believe it's like graphical interface. Nessus is a vulnerability scanner. So Nessus is actually a really good vulnerability scanner, but it's not specific to cloud security environments. It's also not CLI based. It's also graphical interface. Same thing for Qualys. And they're both not open source. I actually believe that Nessus and Qualys are also paid vulnerability scanners. So Prowler would be the answer. Passive scanning is most appropriate during initial asset discovery in a production ICS network, full vulnerability assessment of a web server, credentialed patch auditing, aggressive penetration testing. So passive scanning, definitely not aggressive penetration scanning, testing, at least not during the pen test itself. It's probably something that we would do before we start the pen test, but definitely not during it. Initial asset discovery in a production ICS network, it's probably solid. Initial asset discovery, probably solid. Full vulnerability assessment of a web server, that's not what we're doing during this. So we do this before anything, right? So initial would be kind of the key word here. Passive scanning is done before you do active scanning. It's kind of like the thing that you do before you do any kind of like major reconnaissance. Credentialed patch auditing, also not that. So I'm going to say A would be the answer. Yeah. Which regulation explicitly requires quarterly external vulnerability scans? No clue. Absolutely zero clue. I'm going to say it's not this, and I'm also going to say it's not this because we did establish that this probably has to do with cloud infrastructure security. NIST's cybersecurity framework, I don't know if it explicitly requires quarterly external vulnerability scans. I would say, based on process of elimination, A would be the answer. I could very well be wrong. I have no idea. This is like an educated guess. PCI, oh, you know what? Quarterly external vulnerability scans. That's actually not a bad, that's kind of like a big thing right here. So PCI DSS, I don't know what their regulation requirements are, right? So with regulation requirements, you would be Googling and you would be doing research just to find out all the specific rules. I do not expect you to remember all of their individual regulation environment or regulation requirements. It's so hard to remember them. It's like trying to remember what all 65,000 ports represent. It's just not possible. Or you would have to be really good at memorization. I'll say that. It's not that it's not possible. It's just very difficult. So requiring quarterly external vulnerability scans does seem like it would be a really good rule for a company that actually holds payment card information of their clients, because you're doing an external scan. So you're from the outside in, you're doing an external scan, which is what hackers would be doing. And to do them regularly, quarterly even, is a really good timeline, a good schedule to make sure that you stay up to date with any changes or any upcoming modifications, vulnerabilities, zero-day attacks, etc. So that makes sense. It definitely makes sense. Agent-based discovery is most accurate for internet-facing attack surface, installed software, and running processes on endpoint. This is definitely it. Endpoints right here. I would say that's the answer. Public DNS records, no. Cloud bucket permissions, no, not necessarily. So the most obvious, it kind of screams that this is the answer right here. It's on endpoints. So you install agents on endpoints. That's the big key right there. Yep, there you go. So, all right, so here we go. Scenario. You are responsible for vulnerability scanning in a mixed environment, on-premises Windows Linux servers, and then AWS EC2 and ICS PLCs. So there's a lot of stuff right here. So on-premises Windows Linux servers, cloud environment, and an industrial control system right here. Logical controllers that we can see right here. Programmable logical controllers. So it says recommend a scanning method for each environment. Explain why active scanning would be inappropriate for the ICS. So to answer this one first, because this is an industrial control system, which is technically a critical infrastructure type of a system, programmable logic controllers control the pressure gauges and the speed of the centrifuge or something. It's like those logical controllers actually control the giant machinery. And so to do a scan, an active scan for this kind of an environment would be very risky, because if any of those programmable logical controllers stop functioning, then the machine itself stops functioning, and that could actually cause, like, it could technically cost lives. You know what I mean? Like, if there are people inside of the factory and something happens, people can die from those big machines malfunctioning or misfunctioning or something like that. So that's definitely the reason why we don't want to interrupt service basically on these things. The scanning methods for each environment, for AWS, we would use something like the, oh man, what was it called? Sound something. Oh, I accidentally clicked it. I'm so sorry. Scout Suite is what I was trying to find the name for. So Prowler and Scout Suite are our API-based cloud scanners, passive only, because active scans can cause physical process disruption or safety system trips. There we go. And an on-premises credentialed active, so Tenable, Nessus, all these things would be really good options. I accidentally clicked, so I'm so sorry. I was looking up to try to remember. I started looking at my ceiling, and then I kind of clicked on my mouse, or I dropped my mouse. So when I do that, I guess it moves to the next, just like it did right now. So it's like when I drop the mouse, it actually clicks to the next slide. So sorry about that. Your organization has just merged with another company. You run an initial Nmap scan against the new network range and find 12 hosts with SMB v1 enabled. That's what we were just doing on Nmap. What vulnerability risk does this represent? Which baselines would this violate? And what is your next recommended step? So vulnerability and risk for SMB v1, because I think the ones that we were just looking at was SMB v2, I think, which is like the more secure version of it. So the vulnerability and the risk could be that, number one, these are easier to exploit and hack. And server message block is usually used for shared environments, shared file systems, and remote access to them. So if you can actually exploit SMB vulnerabilities, you gain remote access to a file system that can potentially host, sensitive information, intellectual property, etc. So that would be the vulnerability and the risk. The baseline of this violating, that I don't know. I should get much better at regulations, honestly. I don't know which baseline we would be violating. The recommended next step would be to upgrade these guys for sure, to upgrade to the most recent version of SMB and try to encrypt them and limit access to them based on employees that should only have access to them. So Eternal Blue exploit risk, WannaCry style, which is the specific vulnerability inside of that room that we did on Try Hack Me. That's actually the vulnerability that we use to exploit this specific version of SMB. The baselines that it would violate would be cloud infrastructure security, PCI DSS, NIST. It does not mention anything that has to do with payment card information. So I don't know exactly why PCI DSS is on there. But I mean, again, just based on your industry, based on the company operations, a lot of the different things can be found by just Googling what regulations and baselines you should be adhering to. Finally, immediately disable SMBv1, scan for patches, hunt for signs of exploitation using previous chapters tools, and I would say also upgrade if you possibly can. And with that, we have come to the end of our practice questions for episode 5, chapter 5, section 5, which is technically the first chapter inside of domain 2 for vulnerability operations. For this episode, our key downloads and resources, and for every other episode as well, they can be found in our shared drive for Hackaholics Anonymous members. So if you're an agent level member or above, you get access to all of these, including all of the previous courses and all future courses the exclusive downloads, the book that I use for the lecture, as well as the practice questions and all of these other resources that I upload for each individual episode. So scan the planning worksheet. So our scan planning worksheet, I should say. The template to document scope, methods, approvals, and schedules, that'll be there. The CIS benchmark comparison table, quick reference showing top controls across operating systems, clouds, and containers. And then the Nmap cheat sheet, the top 25 most useful commands and safe usage reminders. Really, really solid list of downloads. I actually love these. I think these are very powerful. You can download them from the members area. Chapter 5 is now complete, and you now know how to find vulnerabilities responsibly and comprehensively. And we even went through some nice demo and practice questions. I'm sorry that the demo with Nmap did not have the best the best results for what we did against that virtual machine, but at least you got the methodology down, and so hopefully that taught you a lot. So in our next chapter, which is still going to be in domain 2, we're going to be analyzing and prioritizing vulnerabilities. So we discovered the network and all the devices. We did an initial scan and we found vulnerabilities, or presumably we would do our initial scan and find vulnerabilities. So now it comes down to analyzing those vulnerabilities and prioritizing which ones we should be fixing first and which ones we should be taking action on, and where you can turn raw scan data into actionable risk decisions. So very, very excited about it, and that's going to be what's going to come up in chapter 6, episode 6. If you got value out of this video, and if you would like to get more videos like this one, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. And of course, drop a comment if you have any questions or if you need to correct me on something. I'm very open to community notes, right? So if you think that there's something that we should cover, or if you just have extra tips for everybody else in the community as well, I very much welcome you and encourage you to drop your comments in the comment section. We're going to be dropping more episodes of CYSA Plus, of CompTIA Pentest Plus, AI for Cybersecurity, SOC Level 1 for 2025-2026. So there's a lot of stuff that's going to be coming out in the works. I will do my very best to keep the content consistent, but I have been block shooting for the CYSA Plus certification, and so I think it's probably a good week that I haven't uploaded anything to the channel as I'm recording this. And I think it's probably going to be another good week before I finalize and finish all of the recordings for the CYSA Plus and do the edit and then upload them. So I think it's going to be some time. I'll probably drop the episodes that I've already recorded and just keep them specific to the Hackaholics Anonymous members, and just make sure that all of these things go public together at the same time. So that might be a way that I approach this. We'll see how it goes. It's kind of that's what's ruminating in my head, at least. Not exactly sure if that's how it's going to go, but just make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you actually get notified when it does come out. And I say this at the end of every episode, and hopefully people actually listen. Apart from that, to get access to the book that I'm using for the lecture, I wrote this book, I created this book. To get the book for this, to get the practice questions for this, to get all of the exclusive downloads and the scripts and everything else that comes along with it, as well as everything for every other course that I've done, as well as everything for all the future courses that I'm going to do, and Python automations, and just fill in the blank. There's so much stuff. Make sure that you check out Hackaholics Anonymous. To get access to the CYSA Plus book, the practice questions, the exclusive episode downloads, and to get access to the CompTIA Linux Plus, Network Plus, Pentest Plus, and Security Plus course contents, and to get access to me via Discord plus all the future perks and content rollouts, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below. It's the link that says Join Hackaholics Anonymous. I look forward to seeing you in the Discord chats. If not, I look forward to seeing you in the comment section. Until then, happy hacking and stay out of trouble. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. love, peace, and chicken grease, and I will see you in the next episode later. Welcome to episode 6 of the CompTIA CySA Plus training series. My name is Hank Hackerson, your trainer for today. And in today's episode, we're going to be talking about analyzing and prioritizing vulnerabilities. We are still in vulnerability management, which is domain 2 of the CySA Plus training series. And today we're going to be talking about analyzing them. And it's a very, very important topic because we're going to be talking about some very important concepts such as the CVE database, the CVSS scores, and things along those lines. So if you have not subscribed already, make sure that you subscribe, like, and share, and of course drop a comment and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel, especially on this playlist. So we'll do an official recap in just a couple of minutes here, but in the last episode we were talking about scanning and the different types of scanning and enumeration and trying to find different assets that we can scan, etc. So there were a lot of different cool concepts that we talked about that started us on this pathway of vulnerability management. And in this particular episode, we're going to be talking about the actual processes for analyzing the various vulnerabilities that we find and scoring them, which is very important. And then being able to analyze those scores and try to find risk factors and all the nifty technical little things that goes into vulnerability management, vulnerability analysis, and ultimately security analysis. So this is where the decision-making part of everything actually takes place. So when you scan something, right, when you scan an asset, when you scan a network, a lot of times you will find thousands or maybe even tens of thousands of findings. And most organizations, I'm going to dare and say all organizations, will not fix everything immediately, right? They will prioritize. They have to find a way to prioritize something. And this is where that prioritization skill set really, really comes in. And we give you a formula, right? So there needs to be some kind of a formula that you can follow so that it becomes as close to scientific and, mathematic as possible. We don't want this to be opinion based. We want it to be, listen, out of these 10 vulnerabilities that we found, these 2 need to be addressed today, right? And then you kind of go down the list and find the next vulnerability priority, etc., etc. So that's where this whole thing comes in, this scoring system and prioritization skill set. This is where it really actually hits the ground, the rubber meets the road, so to speak. So this is a very important concept, and this feeds directly into somebody's job as a security analyst, especially if you're on the security engineering side. So when somebody does an analysis, when you do a scan of something, you will come out with a report. Based on your report, you'll go ahead and prioritize your findings and say, based on these different scoring systems, I believe that these are the different vulnerabilities that we need to address first. And then you hand that off to somebody who's in the security engineering team that will go ahead and then patch and update and mitigate and plan for whatever the vulnerabilities are that you outlined in your report. So it's very, very important to understand where the report is going to go and what you need. And there's going to be an entire chapter dedicated to going through reporting. So I'm not going to take the steam away from that episode. But this all feeds into each other. All of these things are meant to build out one cohesive process. And when we get to the very end of this course, we'll kind of review what that process would actually look like. So all of these things actually make sense and all of the dots start to connect. The new version of the CySA Plus examination, which is the 00-004 version, puts a much stronger emphasis on this scoring system that you see right here. So the exploit prediction scoring system. Previously, there was a lot of emphasis on the CVSS, which is the common vulnerability scoring system. And we still put emphasis on it. It's not like that is now in the back burner. It's actually even been updated to the 4.0 version. So this is still important. It's just that now we need to consider this as well as the likelihood that these vulnerabilities are going to be exploited, right? So we are trying to predict whether or not these vulnerabilities can actually be exploited and then go ahead and rank them accordingly and say, hey, listen, these vulnerabilities can and most likely will be exploited, so we need to patch these right away. So this is where the EPSS comes in. and it combines forces with the CVSS. And so inside of the EPSS, we're going to be looking at things like the exploitability factor, zero-day vulnerabilities, and context-aware risks, which is essentially looking at the assets that are inside of the organization. What is the value of the asset? And if that asset was exploited, if it was destroyed, if the data was encrypted, whatever, right? If that asset has been impacted, what will that actually do to the business? So what's the impact that it's going to have on the business? And then when we combine the values of these, we can actually really look at what the risk factor is, right? How much damage can this cause? If this specific vulnerability is exploited and now these assets have actually been impacted and the business has been impacted, what are the dollars and cents that are going to be taken from our business if this actually takes place? So this is really important because this is a part of the overall scoring that a company will do, right? They'll say, okay, you told me that this is highly likely to be exploited. It's very vulnerable. But really, when we look at it, the damage that can be caused by that, so if that specific thing was actually exploited and it was, vulnerable, etc., the damage that's going to be caused to our company is $1,000. And for us to fix this, it's going to be $5,000. So we're just going to accept that risk. It's called risk acceptance. So we're going to talk about this in a little bit, but just to kind of give you an overview, there's something called risk acceptance, there is risk mitigation, and then there's risk transference. So risk acceptance is we accept it, no problem, I understand that there's a risk, we're not going to do anything about it, we're just going to accept that there's a risk. Risk transference is, okay, we need to transfer our liability, so we're just going to buy insurance, right? Literally, you go and buy insurance. And then you say, okay, if this happened, now we at least have enough insurance that we're going to make sure that we're going to be made whole if this system crashes or if we lose this data, etc. And then there's risk mitigation, where it's like, okay, we need to fix this, right? We can't buy insurance for it. It's too risky and it's too valuable for us to just accept the risk. So we need to actually go ahead and mitigate that risk, and we're going to pay the cost to mitigate the risk. So those are the three different categories that we can take, or the different types of actions we can take when we're looking at the risks that are in our context, in our company, in our environment. So there is a version, right, excuse me, there's going to be a reflection against the 2025-2026 version of the examination, which literally you're watching this in 2026, so this is the most current version of this. The teams will actually remediate only 10 to 15% of vulnerabilities per month, and they need to fix the right ones first. This is where all of these things come into play, and you look at the various scores and the various risk factors and the effects on the business, the impact on the business, and then that's how you prioritize what you're going to fix. So this is what you're going to learn how to do, right? So you're going to be able to read a scanner report. Maybe it's a messy scanner report, or maybe there's just so much data in there. And you need to try to figure out what the different risk scores are, to prioritize them, to calculate them, and then why one CVE, common vulnerability, gets patched today while another one waits. So this is a very important series of steps, and it's pretty much, if you're going to be in analysis where you're looking at alerts coming in, that's one thing, but there's going to be a different version of security analysis where you're analyzing systems and you're trying to find out, okay, what is the prioritization of all the vulnerabilities that I just found and which ones should be fixed first. So very, very, very important set of skills, and by extension, a very important chapter that we're going to be going into. So we're going to have a quick little note from our membership community, Hackaholics Anonymous, just so you can see how you can get access to this book that I'm using and the practice questions and all the downloads, etc., etc. And then we're going to dive into our review of the last chapter and the concepts that we talked about, and then we're going to get into the actual chapter today. To get access to the CYSA Plus book, the practice questions, the exclusive episode downloads, and to get access to the CompTIA Linux Plus, Network Plus, PenTest Plus, and Security Plus course contents, and to get access to me via Discord plus all the future perks and content rollouts, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below. It's the link that says Join Hackaholics Anonymous. I look forward to seeing you in the Discord chats. If not, I look forward to seeing you in the comment section. Until then, happy hacking and stay out of trouble. Okay, so a quick recap of the last episode, Chapter 5, Episode 5. So we talked about discovering assets. So how do you actually establish an inventory of all of the assets inside of your business, inside of the network, the types of scans that are available, the cloud-specific types of scanners that are available, critical infrastructure, which is typically mostly passive type of reconnaissance and scanning, and then what baselines are, so comparing them against a variety of different frameworks. So for example, the information security framework, the payment card industry standard framework, the information security standard, the ISO standard. The ISO standards have a bunch of different codes. So there's like ISO 27001, 27002, and yada, yada, yada. There's a lot of them. And then this is literally 3 from probably over 100 different frameworks and baselines that you're going to compare against. And based on the company that you're in, based on the industry that you're in, your baselines may be different. So if you never use payment card information and you never collect payment card information, then you have nothing to do with this, right? If you're not in the health industry, then you have nothing to do with PHI, Personal Health Information, or HIPAA, the Health Insurance Portability Accountability Act. You're not going to have anything to do with those things. So the baselines are very much specific to the company and the industry that you are in. And then based on those baselines, based on those compliance regulation requirements, you establish everything else, all of your policies and your procedures and all of the playbooks and everything else that you're going to use to make sure that you adhere to the baselines and the compliance regulation requirements. So now that we have all of these scans and everything that we've done, we're going to be using that data to make sense of them, to actually analyze them and categorize them and prioritize them. So the goal shifts from finding everything to understanding what all of that actually means for our company and our organization and what we are going to do about it. So that's what the connection between episode 5, chapter 5 is done into episode 6, chapter 6, which is where you are right now. So let's get into it. The first series of scanners we're going to talk about are the network, the web, and application scanners. So traditional scanners produce a lot of dense reports, which is what you want. You want more information than less information, right? It's better to know more than not know enough. So we have the highest level of scanners, which are going to scan our network at large. So this is things like Nessus, Qualys, OpenVAS, etc. And so they'll scan IP addresses, ports, services running on the various ports, vulnerability details. All of these things will be available through these different tools and these different types of scans. Then we have the CVSS scores that will be attached to every single one of the vulnerabilities that are found, the plugin IDs if applicable, and then proof of concept if applicable, right? So this is the high level scan of the network at large, all the computers and all the devices that are connected to our networks and the websites themselves, etc. So whatever is inside of our network, all of the different assets that we found from our asset scanning, all of that stuff is going to be scanned first from a high level view using any of these tools right here. And of course, there's very many other ones as well. These are just the more commonly known names. And Nessus and Qualys they have free versions, but they're typically designed for enterprise standard type of scanning. And then OpenVAS, as the name implies, it is the Open Vulnerability Assessment Scanner. So the Open Vulnerability Scanner. So that is our open source tool that we can use to scan our network. Then we get into the individual web applications themselves. And so we have a variety of types of scanners that we can use for that. Burp Suite is a very common one. Acunetics is another one. And then, of course, OWASP has created ZAP, which is the open source version of the web application scanner. And so as the name implies, this is for applications that reside on web servers that are accessible via remote login, right? So, and people, our clients can be able to access them, our employees can access them, and everyone in between. So we have a different layer of scanners for these things, and they are specific to finding cross-site scripting, SQL injection, cross-site request forgery, insecure deserialization, and a lot of different types of stuff which has to do with HTTP request or response proof. So anytime that there's an interaction happening across the web, there is HTTP involved, because if it's on the web, there is internet involved, and if the internet is involved, then the type of protocol, the type of interaction that's being done is HTTP. Now, HTTP technically is insecure because it is unencrypted. So there's a newer version of it, which is HTTPS, and that is the most common version that is with any kind of web interaction. But HTTPS sits on top of HTTP. So it's impossible to have HTTPS without having the foundational layer of HTTP. So when we refer to anything that has to do with web application communication, the requests and responses that are done, it's all done via hypertext transfer protocol. So that is the web application layer and web application scanners. And then we have the individual applications themselves. And so these are applications that we could be using, or they're applications that we could be developing. And these types of scanning that's done, this is more for applications that we're actually developing. Very rarely are you able to do static analysis of applications that you have purchased unless you know how to decompile the source code and actually look at the source code. More often than not, you'll be able to do a dynamic test against that application that you're using. You run your dynamic software, and then you launch the application, and then you just watch and see what the application is going to do, just so you can see what the impacts are against the computer that it's using, or the computer that is using it, as well as the impact that it will have on your subnetwork and your network segments and your network at large. So if you have access to the source code, amazing. You can do static analysis security testing, or static application security testing, I should say. And then dynamic application security testing would be when you actually run it. You run the application, you open it, you try to click around with it, and then you see what happens behind the scenes inside of your actual network and on the actual computer itself. So code level issues, things like buffer overflow or insecure cryptography, all of these things can be displayed and can be discovered using application scanners and application testing. So they all technically fall under traditional scanning mechanisms and tools. So when we use these, the steps would be validate the actual findings, right? So you scan something, there's a note that says, hey, there's a vulnerability. Okay, great. Is this actually a vulnerability, or is it a false positive? Do we need to address this right away, or do we need to just find out whether or not this is even a thing, right? So it says potential SQLI versus confirmed SQLI. So if you see potential or possible, any of these kinds of words, you know that it's not sure. The scanner that is creating that report for you is not actually sure about whether or not that vulnerability is a real vulnerability, because it's saying literally the word itself is potential. So it's like, okay, fine. If it's potential, I need to verify whether or not it's an actual vulnerability that exists. And sometimes it could be a different type of scanner that you use. Sometimes it could be a different type of approach that you would run. And a lot of times it could be, hey, you know what? We have a pen testing team. We have a group of ethical hackers that work for our company. So I'm going to send them this note, and I'm like, hey, can you see if you can hack into this website? See if there's an actual SQL vulnerability, SQL injection vulnerability that exists on our web application. And then can you just confirm for me that you were able to do it, right? And so you find some of your best hackers and you hire them to do it, and then they tell you whether or not it actually is a vulnerability that exists. So there's a lot of different layers that can go into validating whether or not something is indeed a vulnerability that you need to address. Then you look at the availability of an exploit. So if the vulnerability does exist, okay, is there a module on Metasploit that's ready to go already that can actually exploit our vulnerability? Metasploit is so handy because it don't need to know how to code exploits. You can just use the thousands, literally thousands of exploits that exist inside a Metasploit. You can just search through them and see if you can actually find one. And if there's one that exists inside a Metasploit, okay, that thing is definitely exploitable. If there's none that exists on Metasploit, okay, cool. Let's now look at, GitHub, for example, a public proof of concept, or something on exploit database that may exist that somebody has already written an exploit that can be used and kind of configured and customized so that they can go ahead and exploit us, right? So are there any exploits that exist for the vulnerability that we just found? And then look for any kind of a correlated issue. So one weak TLS cipher could be low risk, but if there are combined, and then you have exposed admin portals, that is a high risk type of an environment. So TLS is to provide encryption for HTTP types of communication. And so if the cipher that's used to create the TLS encryption, if that cipher is weak and it can relatively easily be decrypted, and then that is also on an admin portal that is publicly accessible. So that's now two things that are really an issue. If the admin portal is publicly accessible, fine. But if we have a really strong TLS encryption in the background, it's not as big of a deal. But if the TLS encryption is weak, and then the admin portal is also exposed and is publicly accessible, now we have a situation that can be catastrophic if it is exploited. So these are the various ways that you would just go ahead and run all of the vulnerabilities that you found from your scanning activities, and then you just run them through a system check, a quality assurance kind of a check, where it's like, okay, well, how likely is it that these things are going to get exploited? And then what is the asset that we're talking about here? If it's something that is, super outdated, we don't even use this data, it's whatever, dead data, at that point the question would be like, well, why are we even hosting it on our data sets and on our storage? We should just delete this if we're not even using it, if we have no use for it. But let's say for whatever reason it still needs to be in the archives, fine. But if somebody found this, nothing is going to happen to the company. All right, cool. Then it's not that big of a deal. But if it's really sensitive IP, intellectual property, or something along those lines, then we need to address this immediately, right? Because if somebody gets the funny idea that they can just exploit us and they can attack us, we are screwed. So that is what the situation would be like. So for tools that you can use traditionally, you have the network, web, and application scanners. They do a variety of different tasks, and based on what you find in these scanning activities, you can go ahead and validate your findings, check whether or not an exploit already exists in the world, and look about the actual connection of issues that may exist, that if somebody exploited one thing, they can go ahead and break the rest of the system or the rest of the network as well. And a quick little story for you, there was a large retailer that ran web scans. So a large retailer is going to remain unnamed for, not destroying their branding or anything like that, but very large company, right? Notable, known company. If you heard the name, you'd be like, oh, I buy from them, right? So a large retailer ran web scans, and they found that there were 1,200 cross-site scripting findings. And cross-site scripting is scored as a 6.1, which is a notable score. It's in the higher sets of scores. So 6.1, and then after validating everything, they found out that out of the 1,200, only 47 of them were exploitable without user interaction. And again, we're going to talk about what all of this actually means. But if there is no user, meaning somebody who's sitting on a computer or somebody who's sitting on a website or using our website, if the user themselves doesn't have to do anything, sometimes it's required that the user opens something or they click on something or they fill out something. So if there is no interaction required by a user for that vulnerability to be exploitable, that is actually something very, very damaging, because it can be run, the exploit itself can run pretty much on its own, right? Nobody needs to do anything to run the exploit. So if that's the case, we need to address it right away. And so those things, these 47, became the immediate focus, which ended up actually saving them a lot of time, energy, money, and it saved their clients, right? It saved a lot of their clients the pain of getting their data stolen and potentially being hacked and robbed via their credit cards or debit cards and things like that. So very, very, very important concept to, yes, do the scan and actually find what's going on. But on top of that, validate everything just so you can find the ones that are the most sensitive, the ones that you need to address right away, and then fix those first. And then you can go ahead and look at the rest of the stuff. Okay, now we can talk about debuggers and cloud tools. So we already talked about Trivy in our last episode, but Chekhov is a new one. It's very much a Russian sounding name. So debuggers, so Ollie DBG, x64 DBG, WinDBG, GDB, right? All these things, they're used for reverse engineering exploit code or analyzing crash dumps to confirm exploitability. So this is kind of one of those things that falls under dynamic testing, right? So if you can actually run the debugger and then run whatever the software is to see what's going on, what's actually happening when the software is running, when the application is running, and then use the information that you're gathering for reverse engineering the exploit itself and analyzing why the system crashed, all of that. So there's rarely a need in routine vulnerability management, but crucial for 0 days and custom exploits. So you don't necessarily need to do this when you're doing routine management, but if you are downloading something or something happened and you have no idea what just happened and you want to try to figure out what happened, you would repeat those same activities, the same actions that caused the system to crash, for example, and then make sure that you have the debugger running. And then when you have the debugger running and then you repeat those steps again, you start noticing based on the report that's generated that, hey, this part of this application actually has some really, really bad source code inside of it and it does a lot of damage. And based on that, you can go ahead and proceed and try to remediate or mitigate or call the security team, the management, try to figure out exactly what else you can do. So debuggers are super, super handy and they're very, very useful. And then we have cloud tools. So Trivy by Aqua Security is an open source scanner that specializes in scanning container images. So for example, Docker, scanning file systems, Git repositories, configuration files, operating system packages, language-specific dependencies. So for example, something for Ruby or Python. It has outputs for JSON, a table that can be generated, basically a database that can be generated, Cyclone DX SPOM, which is, I think, is kind of like a multi-form data set. I think that's what that is. I'm not exactly sure what this is right here, but we can definitely rest assured that Trivy can do it. And then we have continuous integration, continuous development cycles, where you can actually scan on push and pull types of environments, pushing data, pulling data types of environments. So very, very handy open source scanner that exists. And Trivy is it's kind of like the big name in cloud security and cloud scanners. And then there's Chekhov, the very Russian name. So Bridge Crew and Prisma Cloud, and this is an infrastructure as code security scanner. So it supports Terraform, which is an infrastructure as code. So for example, we use Terraform to deploy, 500 virtual machines on Amazon Web Services, for example. There's a series of tools like CloudFormation and Kubernetes, Helm, all these tools support the deployment of infrastructure through code, right? So the very, very handy, actually. These are like really, really good skill sets to have if you can learn how to use them. They're not hard to learn how to use. They can save tremendous amounts of time, especially if it's something that your company does regularly. But there are a lot of different softwares that actually exist that if you wanted to deploy 1,000 new virtual machines, instead of doing them one by one, you can just create a set of actions through Terraform, for example, and go ahead and deploy them. And then if you needed to destroy them, you would do the same thing. You could use a series of actions through Terraform, and then you would bring down 1,000 virtual machines. So really, 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 really handy, very useful, saves a lot of time, energy, and money for you and the company. And then we have the checks for misconfigurations. So a public S3 database, basically, which is a simple storage system database that is available on, or a file database, I guess you can say, that's available through AWS. No multi-factor authentication, deletion, weak IAM policies. All of these things are considered misconfigurations. And so it will go ahead and do that for you. And then compliance. So remember, we talked about compliance a little bit earlier in this video. Based on the compliance requirements that your company would have to adhere to, you can actually use Checkov to go ahead and run a scan and say, hey, listen, this part of your web application is not compliant. And then we have graph-based analysis for context-aware policies, which is more for reporting and user friendliness. Graphs are very, very handy. And so you can go ahead and choose it. It's kind of like an output format that you can choose as well. So Checkov, these are the things that you need to know. You don't need to know all of these details, but what you need to know is where they shine, right? So what is the purpose of a debugger? What is the purpose of Trivy? Where is it used? What does it actually do? And then what is the purpose of Checkov? Where is that used and what does that actually do? So Trivy can be done for, it's an open source scanner that specializes in scanning container images, file systems, operating system packages, etc. Checkov is for scanning infrastructure as code security. So for example, scanning Terraform and CloudFormation and all of these different project files, etc. Checking for misconfigurations of your cloud environment, compliance misconfigurations, and it has its own version of reporting. So you just need to know where these things shine, what types of context you would use them, and then for the most part, you can rest assured that they have a lot of strong functionality that you can use them for. So one of the things could be that you would get a question about Kubernetes, and then the question around Kubernetes would be, okay, what tool can be used, and then what can be done to check against Kubernetes, for example. You might get a scenario that a company is using Terraform, and then you need to try to find the answer based on that scenario and see what tool would be the most relevant to it, right? So you wouldn't use OllyDBG per se to go ahead and scan Terraform for misconfigurations, right? So it's just important to know where these things actually are applied. So that's kind of the big thing, and how all of this information actually applies to the examination. So here's another story for you. So there was a fintech company that used Trivy in their continuous integration and development processes. And they discovered that there was an outdated base image for one of their systems that has the log4shell vulnerability in it. And the log4shell vulnerability was discovered first in 2021. So technically right now, it's let's say 4.5, 5 years old. And so this thing, being as old as it is, you can rest assured that it has probably dozens of exploits that are readily available on the internet. And so what happens is, if this is exploited, if this specific vulnerability is exploited, it can cause a lot of harm, because technically it can be used for remote connections and remote code execution, and you can do a lot of damage when you're actually remotely connected to a company or a computer. So the CVSS score for it is a 10, which is the highest that a CVSS score can go, literally the highest score that anybody can get. And this is not a good thing. You don't want a high score with CVSS. So getting a 10 CVSS is really, really bad. And then the exploitability score itself was a 0.97. And then, so this means that this thing needs to be addressed immediately. So they patched it in less than 2 hours before there was any kind of a public exploit that hit their company. And it requires that people are constantly scanning you to try to find these vulnerabilities, which is, it's something that, unless you're like a very well-known company or you've built some really, really powerful enemies, most likely you're not being scanned all the time. So patching something in less than 2 hours is actually great, and they probably prevented any kind of damage from taking place. But what happens when you're a government entity, or when you're a government that's on the OFAC list, the Office of Foreign Assets Control, when you're a specific type of government entity or a really massive company like Microsoft, for example, you are probably being scanned all the time. At every minute of every day, you are being scanned, because they just need to find one vulnerability to bring your entire company down, or at least do some serious damage to your company. So this is more often than not most applicable to really big companies, and they're the ones that have to be super urgent with it. But for most other companies, it's not that big of a deal. It's still a big enough deal that if you have a CVSS 10 score, you need to fix it in less than 2 hours. So it's still a really, really big deal. We're not saying that you can just, brush it off and not address it, but it's not as big of a deal as if Microsoft had a CVSS 10 score and they weren't patching it. Like, Microsoft having a CVSS 10 score that is still available, and it's a vulnerability that existed since 2021, that is a cause for hundreds of millions of dollars worth of damages that can be done to Microsoft. So it's very, very important to just keep this type of concept in mind. You want to be doing your own scanning all the time so that you can be ahead of the hackers that can potentially cause real damage to your company. All right, now we need to talk about the actual scoring of these vulnerabilities. So the very first one, the most important one that has been around the longest, is the CVSS scoring system. It stands for the Common Vulnerability Scoring System. The old version, or I guess the version before the current version, was the 3.1, and then now we have the 4.0 version, and this is an industry standard for base severity, for just scoring severity. And so you have the base metrics, right? So you have the attack vector. We'll talk about all of this in detail right now. So you have the attack vector, complexity, privileges required, user interaction, scope, confidentiality, integrity, availability, impact. And then you have the temporal metrics. So the exploit code maturity, remediation level, report confidence, environmental, and then the customizing for your environment, the asset values that you have, the compensating controls, etc., things like that. It does not reflect real-world exploitation trends. It is a static type of scoring system, which is why we need to also talk about the EPSS, and we will be talking about that in a few minutes. So it's already in our outline here. But we really do need to understand what all of these things mean. This is a very important concept. The CVSS scoring system is very important. And in understanding what the CIA triad is and what that means, what the impact of the CIA's confidentiality, integrity, availability, this pretty much everything that is done inside of security analysis and cybersecurity in general has to do with addressing the CIA triad: confidentiality, integrity, availability. So we're going to be talking about this now. So let's actually look at an example of a CVSS score, and then we're going to look at the breakdown of the actual scoring system and what all of those things mean, number one, and then what the possible options or what the various values are for every single one of these, right? So the one that we're going to look at is going to have a specific value for attack vector, but we also need to know what all of the values are for attack vector and what they all mean. So let's look at the example. All right, we are now on the CVE.org website. When you go to the CVE.org website, you basically land here, and then you can just search for anything at the top. You can search for a CVE ID. You can search for a word or a phrase. So if I search for remote code, that's basically what I did. I ended up on this specific page, which is for this ID, which is in 2026. So it's like brand new. And it was published on January 15th of 2026, which is literally, I think it's like 2 days ago. This is like very, very new. So published and updated on January 15th, 2026, which is literally 2 days before I'm recording this. I'm recording this on January 17th. And so Intrust Instant Financial Issuance, Smart Card Controller Service, .NET Remoting, remote code execution, which is basically what remote code can lead to. When we search for remote code, we're talking about somebody getting remote connection to your systems and being able to execute code remotely on your systems. So there's a full description of the vulnerability itself. You can read through that if you wanted to. And then this is the part right here. This is like the important part right here. So if we go down here for the CVSS score, the score for this is a 9.3, which is very high. And it's a critical severity, which is the highest severity score that you can get. It's anything that goes above a 9.1, I believe, or maybe an 8.9, it actually is going to be ranked critical. So the version of the scoring system that's being used is the 4.0 version, and then we have the vector string. So this is what you're going to see when you run vulnerability scans. So CVSS 4.0, the attack vector is network, attack complexity is low. The attack, the AT, I forget what that stands for. We're going to look into it right now. The PR, the UI, VC, VI, VA, and then the score, I think the SC, and where is it? It doesn't even show us the impact score, I think. Or I think these are the actual impact scores right here. But it doesn't show us the CIA impact score. Well, oh no, it is actually. SC is for confidentiality, SI is for integrity, and then SA is for availability. So this is actually the new format of the CIA triad. Previously I think it was just C and then I and then A. So now it says SC, SI, SA. So this is the actual score itself, right? So when you're looking at this, if you don't know what this is, if you've never seen this before, you're like, okay, well, what the hell is going on? And why is this even relevant? But this information is what ultimately leads to us actually getting a 9.3 score on this specific vulnerability, which leads us to ask, okay, well, what does this even mean? All right, so we're going to use Gemini to help us with this analysis. You can use any AI that you want. They are all really good for this type of analysis. I think this is where they really, really shine. So for the one that we just looked at, which is this one right here, this is what the breakdown is. So the attack vector is a network-based attack, meaning that it can be exploited remotely over the internet or a network. The attacker does not need physical access to the actual computer or local access being inside of the local area network. The attack complexity is low. So imagine they can access the specific asset through the internet, and they don't need specialized conditions or they don't need super high skill sets to be able to do this. The attack complexity is really low. So the attacker can expect repeatable success against the target without any specialized conditions or skill sets or anything like that. Then the attack requirements, right? There are no attack requirements. So there are no deployment specific conditions like a specific non-default configuration required for the attack to actually work. So there are no attack requirements that would need to take place for this to actually work. Are there any privileges required? And there are no privileges required. So you don't need an account or any kind of credentials or authorization on the system to be able to launch the attack. And is there user interaction required? And the answer to that is also no. No interaction, no action from a human victim, like clicking a link or opening a file, is required. So just from looking at this specific portion of the analysis, you can understand why this was ranked so high, why it actually has such a high score on the CVSS. They can do it across the internet. They don't need any kind of specialized conditions. They don't need any kind of requirements. They don't need privileges. And no user needs to click on anything or open anything for this attack to actually work. So this, just by this section, is automatically something that is like, okay, well, we need to address this right away. But there's more. So if we go down here, now we're going to look at the base metrics of this. So you have the confidentiality, the integrity, and availability. So the vulnerable systems, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So the confidentiality impact is high, integrity impact is high, and availability impact is high, which means that confidentiality, the data that you're trying to keep confidential, can be actually lost. So there could be a total loss of that data's privacy. The attacker can read all files and all sensitive information. The integrity of your systems, the total loss of the data's protection. The attacker can modify or delete any file or system setting. And the availability of that stuff, the total loss of the service. The attacker can crash the system or make it completely inaccessible. So these are the base metrics for impact for the vulnerable system. And so you see confidentiality high. So you're looking at high, low kind of scoring on this one. So when you're looking at this, all of them are ranked high. So combine all of these with how easy it is for them to actually launch their attack, and you're like, okay, well, this is really bad. And then we can go look at the impact for the subsequent systems themselves. So this is where the CySA came in. So confidentiality, no. Integrity, no. Or none, I should say, and availability, none. So this describes if the attacker actually pivots to impact other connected systems or underlying environments. This is also known as the scope in the last version of the CVSS scoring system. So there is no secondary impact on other systems. The attacker cannot modify data on other systems, and they don't cause a denial of service on other connected systems. But they don't need to if they really, really, really wants to go ahead and do damage, right? So the summary for this specific vector, for this specific RCE vulnerability, it's a zero-click, nobody needs to be involved, that they can go ahead and take advantage of this. Based on all of these metrics, the vulnerability, the impact on the vulnerability is high, and all the exploitability requirements are none or low, and this would almost certainly result in a base score of 10. In this particular case, it was a 9.1, but 9.1 is still critical. So it doesn't necessarily matter. If it's a critical vulnerability, you need to address it right away. That's basically what it is. So this is the analysis of this specific scoring system, or this specific score, I should say, for this specific vulnerability that we just looked at, which is this ID right here. Where is it? This guy right here. So this is the one that we just actually analyzed. So that was that, right? So now let's look at what the actual breakdown of all of these base metrics are. So what can be the values of these different metrics? So for example, the attack vector, the previous one was network, right? That means that they can just access it from the internet. There are other different options for attack vector. So you have the network, and then you have being connected to an adjacent network, so a sub-network that's inside of our overall network. This means that somebody from a different country can access us. This means that somebody from a different city or maybe a different campus in the same city can access it. They don't need to be in the local network itself. So think about your local network being your house, right? The internet that you have inside of your house. And then the adjacent network could be you have a specific router for your garage or something, or somebody who is renting your basement from you, they have their own router. And so that would be considered an adjacent network. Technically, it's on site, it's very, very close, and technically they can go ahead and access it. And in a lot of different ways, it could also just be a sub network inside of your overall network at large. So you can have a switch that has split your router connection that you're getting from your internet service provider. Your internet service provider is giving your location the internet, and then you have a switch that's splitting that service between multiple sections inside of your building. And so that can also be considered multiple adjacent subnets connected to each other. And then the next one would be the local. So they're actually on your specific network. They're connected to the Wi-Fi with the password on your actual network, but they are on a different computer. And then the last one would be physical access that is required to be able to do it. So they have to be on that actual computer itself. They can't be inside of the local network. They can't be in an adjacent network, and they can't be doing it from a different city or state. So when you're looking at these, this is the highest risk. This is the lowest, right? Because this requires that they actually have access to that specific computer, whereas this one, they could be in a different country across the world. And as long as they have access to the IP address or something like that, they can go ahead and attack you. So this is highest risk, highest vulnerability, highest impact. This is the lowest, right? So if it's physical, that's best out of all of these options. This is the best option. This is the worst option. And then we have the complexity of the attack. There's only two values for this. There's either low complexity, which is very bad, right? Easily accessible, easily exploitable. And then there's high complexity. They need to have specialized conditions. They need to have high skill sets, etc. Then there are the attack requirements. What is required for the attack to take place? Are there no requirements, or are there actual requirements? So if there is none, that means there are no requirements required. And then if it's present, that means there are requirements present. There needs to be something that has to be met, or some kind of requirement needs to be established or present. But I mean, the best word is present. Some kind of requirement needs to be present in order for them to be able to pull off the attack. Are there privileges required? There are no privileges required. There are low-level privileges required, or there are high-level privileges required. No privileges, anybody that has a guest access could do it. Low privileges, it could be somebody who's like a grunt that's working inside the company, but they have a username and password. High privileges means that they need to be in upper management, they need to be domain administrator, something like that. So obviously, most risky, least risky. Most risky, least risky. Most, least. And then finally, user interaction. There is no user interaction required, most risky. Passive interaction required, they can be logged on and they could be scrolling and doing something. Active interaction required, they have to click on something, they have to open something, they have to fill out something. So most risky, no interaction required. Least risky, there needs to be some kind of active interaction required by a user for the exploit to actually work, right? So this is what all of the exploitability metrics mean and what they are. So now looking at impact metrics, we have the confidentiality, the integrity, and the availability impact for the actual vulnerability system, and in the subsequent systems, same thing. So confidentiality being high, meaning there's a high impact on the confidentiality. We can lose a lot of privacy, or we could lose a lot of the data. It can just be publicized. Low impact would be that we can lose some. No impact means that we won't lose any. So when we were looking at this is the worst, and then no impact would be the best. Same thing for integrity. There's a high impact on our integrity, on the quality of our data. Low impact on our integrity, no impact on our integrity. Availability, there's a high impact on us losing access on our users and our clients. There's a high potential impact that availability can go away and people who need to use it can't use it. There's a low impact on availability. There's no impact on availability. So when you're looking at all of these things, no is the best, right? Low is the next one, and then high is the worst. And then same thing with subsequent systems. We don't need to go into it because we already reviewed it pretty much, and we know what it means on systems that are affected after the initial system is compromised. That's what subsequent systems means. There are a few other categories here that I did put inside of the book itself, but they're not directly relevant to this scoring system. They're not actually present inside of the scoring system, but they are good to know, and these will be available inside of the book, the download itself. If you want to pause and read through this, you're more than welcome to do it, but this is not directly relevant to the CVSS itself, so it's not something that I'm going to spend time on to describe. So again, you can actually go ahead and pause and read through this, or if you want, you can become a member of Hackaholics Anonymous and go ahead and get the full book so that you can use it that way. But it doesn't directly reflect on this scoring system. Therefore, it's not something that we are super concerned with. It's good to know. It'll make you more effective as a security analyst. Okay, real quick, we need to also address exploitability factors, things like zero-day attacks. So, is there a public exploit code available? So if the answer to this is yes, that means it is not a zero-day attack. By definition, a zero-day attack means that there is no public info available, but the emerging threat intelligence actually exists. So for example, on the dark web, there is chatter, right? Different hackers are actually talking and mentioning that there's a potential vulnerability that can be exploited. There are actual CISA alerts. Those things are hints. It's like an actual sign that there's something on the horizon, but there's no actual exploit that exists, right? So as long as there is no exploit that exists, and as long as the exploit has not been attempted and detected yet, that means it still qualifies as a 0-day vulnerability. And all of this, so if there is chatter though, like if there's dark web chatter, or if there's kind of a CISA alert, then it means that we need to be on the lookout for this. And if we have any systems that can be vulnerable or potentially exploited by this, we need to go ahead and fix them and mitigate them right away, especially depending on the impact that it could have on our business, all of that stuff. But it does not mean, so 0-day, by definition, it means that there is no public exploit available right now, right? If there is a public exploit available, that's also a big concern. And if we have that vulnerability that hasn't been patched yet, and somebody can just go on GitHub or ExploitDB and find some source code and run it against us and just easily go ahead and hack us, that's a big issue too. So it's kind of like the opposite side, the extreme opposite of the 0-day is that if there is an actual exploit available and we're vulnerable to it, so that's like a very specific and. It's like if the exploit is available and we're vulnerable to it, we need to also go ahead and address this right away. What is the weaponization status? So this is just another way of saying, is there an exploit available? Does that mean that there's a Metasploit module that exists? Does that mean that there's a family of ransomware that actually is using that specific weaponized model, or that exploit or the vulnerability that they're exploiting? Is there a family of ransomware that is already designed for it? So these are things that can be launched by people executing a couple of lines of commands on a terminal, and they can launch a Metasploit module against us. They don't need to be able to download code and customize code and anything like that. Metasploit makes it very easy for somebody to hack an organization, so long as you have their IP address and the open port or something like that. It's like it's so easy to be able to use Metasploit to do it. So these are frameworks that we're referring to right here. This is just saying, is there actual code that exists that somebody can download and customize, which is still bad, by the way. It's just that if it's available on Metasploit, it makes it easier for the person to attack us. So both of these are technically addressing the same exact thing, and all of these in general, any of these things, if the answer to any of these things is a non-favorable answer, meaning there is a public exploit, there's a Metasploit module, there's chatter that's on the dark web, or there's some kind of an alert that's been sent out. All of that means that we need to go ahead and mitigate and remediate and patch and update whatever we got to do to make sure that we are secure in case somebody gets the clever idea to want to attack us. So this is what exploitability factors actually mean. So how does this connect, right? So you have a high score, so you have a 9.3 on the CVSS, and there's a public exploit that's available. Then it's like, ooh, we need to go ahead and address this immediately. There's a high score, but there's no public exploit, and there's no weaponized module that's available, but there's chatter. There was an alert that was just sent out. We need to go ahead and address this immediately. So these things directly feed into each other. And then in addition to the exploitability factor, we now have the EPSS, the exploitability scoring system as well. The EPSS, the Exploit Prediction Scoring System, is a new concept in the 0-4 examination, and the V4, the version 4, was released in March of 2025. So the last version of the CYSA was from 2023, and ever since that version of the examination, the EPSS scoring system is new. So this is a machine learning model from first.org, which estimates probability of exploitation in the wild within the next 30 days. And the score is anywhere from 0 to 1, so 0.1, 0.3, something like that. And it's a machine learning model that can actually estimate the probability of exploitation within the next 30 days. This is a very critical data set and really, really freaking useful. So the key differences from the CVSS. The CVSS is theoretical severity. The EPSS is data-driven likelihood. This is trained on real exploit events, honeypots, CISA, KEVs, etc., etc. So this is actually giving you the likelihood that this will happen in the next 30 days. This EPSS is updated daily, and the percentile rank shows how risky compared to other common vulnerabilities and exposures it is. So for example, if we have a CVSS of 9.8 0-day vulnerability with an EPSS of 0.02, so technically 2%, right? Which means it's theoretical nightmare, but there's a low current threat level. That means that you should probably monitor this. I would say if it's 9.8, we should be addressing it. But it's technically a 2%, a 0.02. So technically, there isn't a high likelihood that it's going to happen in the next 30 days. A CVSS of 6.5 with an EPSS of 8.5, so this is now 85%. This is 2%. This is 85%. This means that we are now actively targeted, and we need to go ahead and patch it immediately. So you can see now why this is such an important metric. The EPSS being 2% versus being 85%, that is a very, very big difference. And technically, right, the CVSS right here is actually higher on this one, but the likelihood of attack is super low. This one is not that high. It is still high enough to warrant concern, but it's not that high. It's not as high as 9.8. But the likelihood that we're going to be attacked is very high. So this is why we need to go ahead and patch it right away. So let's look at the way that this scoring system is actually broken down. In the EPSS, we have two core metrics, two numbers that we need to look at, and we need both of them to understand the full context. The first one is the probability of the attack. So 0.01, or excuse me, I should say 0.0 to 1.0, or it could be 0% to 100%, right? So if you just know how to convert integers into percentages, you'll be solid right there. So this is the raw score. It represents the absolute statistical probability that a specific vulnerability exposure will be exploited in the wild within the next 30 days. This is so key right here, and it's so freaking useful, man. So this is a probability, right? Statistical probability. So 0.1 is a 1%, a very low threat. Even if the CVSS is at 10, nobody's currently using this at scale. 0.95 is 95%. That means there is a very high likelihood, and it's actively being weaponized and targeted right now at scale by other people attacking similar organizations to yours, right? So this is the probability score. And then we have the percentile itself. So the percentile is how it's being calculated. This is the relative score. It tells us where the vulnerability sits compared to all the other known CVEs. So if it's in the 90th percentile, it's more likely to be exploited than 90% of all of the other known vulnerabilities. This matters because most vulnerabilities have a very low probability of exploitation, for example, 5%. 5% of the vulnerabilities approximately actually see real-world exploitation. A low probability of 10% might actually put a vulnerability in the 88th percentile, making it a high priority relative to the rest of your backlog. So the probability of 10% being this thing right here. So it's low probability of 10% can mean different things to different organizations. Just because it's 10% at large, it doesn't mean that it's not important to you. So what factors drive this scoring system? It uses machine learning. So this is very important, and it's maintained by first.org, and it ingests daily data from over 1,100 variables. The primary elements that push a score up or down include the availability of exploit code, right? So are there exploits available, readily available online? Is there code on GitHub, ExploitDB, or Metasploit? If the answer to that is yes, it impacts it. If the answer is no, it's like, okay, so it's probably not that easy to exploit this thing, right? Targeting evidence are honeypots, intrusion detection systems, or security scanners seeing this CVE being probed in the wild. Vulnerability metadata. How old is this? What type of flaw is it? Is it remote code execution, SQL injection, etc.? The popularity of the software. Is the affected product widely used, for example, Windows or Chrome? Or is it a niche industrial tool? And then the CVSS attributes. So it looks at the attack vector and the privileges required from the CVSS string to see if those things are actually available. So if the attack vector, for example, is network, that means it impacts the score and it actually pushes the score up. Are there privileges required? No, there are no privileges required. It pushes the score up. So these things are actually relevant, right? So the CVSS score is very much relevant in the EPSS scoring model. So the comparison between these two, just so you can understand a little bit better, you should never use EPSS alone, right? Because the CVSS literally feeds into the EPSS. It's designed to be the x-axis to the CVSS's y-axis. So the feature here, for example, questions being asked, the data source, update frequency, and the score range. So the CVSS is for severity, right? The question is, how much damage can this do? That's the main question that the CVSS helps us answer. The data source is technical specs of the flaw. The update frequency usually static and it doesn't typically get updated. And the score range is 0 to 10. The EPSS is the likelihood. So CVSS is severity, how much damage can be done. EPSS is, are the attackers actually doing this? What's the likelihood that this can actually be done against our company, against a company in this industry? The intelligence is the real world threat intelligence. This is not technical aspects of the flaw. The version of the operating system or the type of operating system, those are technical aspects. The data source for EPSS is literal real world threat intelligence, which actually updates every single day. This is amazing. You need to understand how amazing this actually is. This is a very, very powerful scoring system, very handy, very useful. The score range is 0% to 100% or 0.0 to 1.0, right? And that's the comparison between these two. They are not standalone, oh, we're just only going to do this. If it's something is likelihood is, it's 100% that it's likely that it's going to happen, but the impact itself, the severity is a 0.1, it's like, okay, who cares? Who cares if this actually is exploited? If the severity is a 7 and then the impact is 75%, or the likelihood is 75% and the severity is 7, okay, we need to address this right away, right? This is actually being exploited in the wild. Attackers are actually doing it. There's intelligence that this is actually being done in the wild, and it can have really, really bad impact against us if it's done to us. So it's very, very important that we go ahead and do this. This is actually the perfect segue into trying to figure out how much damage this can do to us. One really great way is the the action matrix. So basically it works like this, right? So if there's a high CVSS and a high EPSS, this is critical. Drop everything. Stop everything. This is something that we need to go ahead and fix right now. We need to address it right now. If there's a high CVSS but a low EPSS, it's priority because it's a high CVSS, but you need to patch it during the next scheduled window. It's dangerous, but it's not currently being targeted. If there's a low CVSS but a high EPSS, this is sneaky, right? Patch it quickly. Attackers are using this likely as a stepping stone in a larger attack, so we need to go ahead and address it right away. If it's low CVSS, low EPSS, just put it in the backlog. There isn't that much of risk, and we can fix it whenever we have the time. It's not going to take priority over these guys right here or over these guys right here, right? This is whatever. We'll get to it when we get to it. Up here, you need to drop everything. Drop everything. Stop everything that's going on. Fix this right now, and then move along accordingly. So this is the generic blanket version of the action matrix. And then now we need to go ahead and try to figure out what the risk factor calculations are for a given organization. To answer the question of how is this going to affect us specifically, we need to look at something that has to do with our context. So the context-aware risk has to do with the value of the assets that are being targeted or can potentially be targeted, and then the impact on the business, right? So the technical risk by specific context to the business, that's how this is done. So you multiply that. You multiply the actual technical risk number or the technical risk data, I guess, by the business context itself. So for example, the criticality of the asset, the crown jewels of the company, payment gateway versus a test server. The payment gateway is a crown jewels. Test server, maybe not so much, right? It's just a test server. Who cares? The impact on the business, is there revenue loss that's going to take place? Are there going to be regulatory fines? Are we going to lose reputational points inside of the marketplace and people are going to stop using our service or our product? The compensating controls, do we have a web application firewall? Do we have network segmentation in place? How can this, and if we don't, then this is also really, really important. It's a part of the technical risk element of it. And then the reachability. So is it an internet-facing asset or is it an internal-only asset? Now, here's the thing, right? If it's supposed to be internal-only, but it can be accessed from the World Wide Web, that is a really big issue. That needs to be addressed right away. A lot of times that happens just through some kind of a configuration error. And somebody was either lackadaisical or they forgot to do it, or there's a new person that was hired on staff and they weren't debriefed on what's going on and they didn't analyze everything else. They assumed everything was set up correctly, so they just moved on to their new projects. They didn't fix anything that may have previously been misconfigured. So all of these things are really, really, really important. So when you look at how we can calculate our risk, we need to do something like this. The effective risk is the CVSS score multiplied by the EPSS score multiplied by the criticality of the asset. Is it our payment gateway? Is it our one database server that houses all of our financial data, right? And how reachable is it? So you multiply all of these things and you try to figure it out. Now, these two are not as black and white as these two are. These two are very much, okay, this is the score for this is the score for this, right? The criticality of the asset is something that you need to get some information from management and from executives to try to see what is the criticality of this asset. After being with the company for a while, you can probably answer this question yourself. But if you're just starting at a company, they will most likely tell you these assets are super critical. They have to be taken care of. So out of a 1 to 10, if it's a level 8 asset criticality, and then you multiply it by these things, and then you say the reachability factor, it's a level 8 based on the EPSS as well as all of this other things. This is also really high. So then this will end up saying that we have a really high risk type of an environment, and we need to go ahead and fix whatever the problem is. We need to mitigate, remediate, update, patch, whatever we got to do, we got to do it right away, right? If the impact from the severity is not that high, if it's not really being attacked frequently in the wild right now, okay, the criticality of the asset can also determine something. The reachability can also determine something, but nobody's really attacking it, and it's not really that high impact. You know what I mean? So there are different, obviously, there are probably hundreds, if not thousands, of different answers to this. Might be in the millions, honestly. But when you're looking at this right here, it's the total calculation that will ultimately say, okay, for our company, in this industry, based on the data that we have, based on the assets that we have, all of that combined with the severity and the likelihood, this is what it looks like for us. This is what, in our context, this is what it's like. And then you make a very specific plan for your context, for your company. You won't take the plan from a completely different company in a different industry. They're in a different country. They abide by different regulations. They have different systems. It doesn't make sense, right? So you have to try to customize it and get as specific as you possibly can to your individual company and your environment, so that way your plan can be precise, it can be surgical, and you will go ahead and take care of you, and then you won't waste time and energy and money, waste all of your resources fixing things that are irrelevant. All right, so here is another case study. So there was something that was called the Move It transfer. At the time, it was a 0-day attack. It was first published in 2023, and then the case study itself was developed throughout 2024 and 2025. So the way that this thing started was that the CVSS score was very high, right? The EPSS score was initially not very high. But then what happened was that the spike of that activity, the likelihood, went to 90% within days because the ransomware gang that was using it exploited it en masse, and they attacked very many different companies. And so there were organizations that were only relying on the CVSS, the 9.8. And so because they prioritized specifically on that, they patched late. And again, this changes in a matter of days. So it could have been a day late. And a day late means that you are now being held at ransom. And it can do a lot of damage. All it takes is an hour late of a response, and now you're going to be held at ransom. The companies that were using the EPSS plus their context calculations, so public-facing file transfer, based on that information as well as the CVSS score, they acted in hours and they avoided breaches into their company. So this is just an example saying that, listen, this has actually happened. We're not making this up. This is not somebody just saying, hey, we developed this thing and we think it would be a good idea. No, it was developed because it's actually happened repeated times. And even though it happened repeated times, there were still companies that patched late. And there were still companies that were held at ransom because they did not prioritize security posture. So this is one of those it's kind of like an endless debate right now. And it happened as recently, and in something that I noticed, right? It happened as recently as October of 2025, which is like 2 months ago, basically. And it happened in Las Vegas against the Las Vegas DMV, where the Las Vegas DMV got hacked and they were held at ransom. And that's the DMV. You understand how much data, how much sensitive data is stored at the DMV? It's people's addresses, birthdays, social security numbers, their car types, their car model, everything. It's almost as bad as somebody hacking your financial data or hacking your health data. It's right up there because the credit card that somebody used to pay for their registration is on file. The registration itself is on file. The car model, the VIN number, the license plate number, the person's driver's license number, the person's social security number, the person's address, the person's phone number, their email. So much data is stored at the DMV. And it's as recent as what happened in 2025. How crazy is that? So this is not something that, it would be nice to do. You need to do it. And companies need to put it as a priority to put money, to put resources towards their security posture. And even entities as big as a DMV, the Department of Motor Vehicles, still makes these kinds of mistakes because they're like, it's not that big of a deal. We don't have a big budget, but yada, yada, yada. And so we don't need to dedicate a lot of money towards this. And then they get hacked and then they're like, oh crap, we need to dedicate a lot of money to fixing it as well as paying off these hackers. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, this is one of these timeless types of debates, and it will most likely be around as long as there is a board of executives that is caring about their bonuses and they're caring about their compensation and stock, their shares and all of that stuff, and they prioritize the money that goes into their pocket immediately versus the health of the organization, the security posture of the organization, and then the organization gets hacked and then they get robbed, and now they have to pay millions more on top of what they could have just paid initially, which would have been a fraction of the cost. And they would have fixed it and they would have prevented it from taking place, but they were short-sighted and they weren't able to see the big picture. So that was kind of like a mini rant. I apologize for kind of, blowing your ear off with that, but it's very important. It's a very important concept. And you will most likely deal with it if you're going to go into cybersecurity as a career. You will most likely deal with executives and management that don't think these things are important. And then the company gets attacked and then they're like, oh crap, it was important. And then they put you on a pedestal because you pointed it out in the first place. So point it out, right? Even if they say no, the key lesson here is point it out. Make sure that you go on record saying that this should have been done. And then when it finally happens, they'll be like, oh shoot, we should have listened to so-and-so about what he did when they warned us about this, right? Anyways, moving on. So just a couple of examples here before we actually get into the practice questions. We have the log4 shell vulnerability, CVE. We already talked about this one earlier in the lecture. CVSS score for the v3.1, 10, critical, right? EPSS, 97% probability. Context is an internet-facing asset, and there's no web application firewall. The response to this is we need to fix this immediately. This needs to be patched right now. It needs to be patched yesterday. This is a very, very vulnerable situation here, very high risk situation. The second example is internal Apache struts flaw. So hypothetical, and this could be a hypothetical, so this, I guess it doesn't exist necessarily. CVSS is high, but the EPSS score is a 0.8%, so 0.008 is the EPSS. So yeah, technically it's a high score, but the likelihood is so low. The context is that this is an internal only asset. It's hidden behind a VPN, and there are compensating controls in place. So the priority is not really that big of a deal. Schedule it in your next patch cycle. So two extreme opposites right here. You have the one that needs to be addressed yesterday, and then there's the one that is like, all right, we can wait a couple of weeks until we do our next security patch. Now, check this out. This needs to be watched. This piece is very, very important because as we established in that real world example, this can change in a matter of days. So it can go from 0.8% to 95% in a matter of days. So we need to watch the EPSS score, especially because the CVSS score is so high. So the severity of this is high. Currently, it's not that probable. It's not that likely that it's going to be attacked, but we need to watch the likelihood of this because this is a daily update that is being done, and we just need to look at it. And so based on that, we're going to go ahead and determine our next course of actions. Right now, we're going to schedule it in the next cycle. But if this goes up to 95%, we need to address it right away, right? So that's how you make sure that you are doing this as correctly as possible. All right, practice question time. So we are now on Chapter 6, Episode 6, Analyzing Priorities or Analyzing and Prioritizing Vulnerabilities. There will be multiple choice questions. There will be scenario questions. We're going to look at a few different approaches to finding the answers to this because these are not identical questions to what you're going to see in the exam. We are legally prohibited from actually providing the questions that are going to be on the exams. And everybody that goes to take exams with CompTIA signs an NDA that you're not allowed to distribute the questions. So we're going to look at a few different approaches here. The idea is to teach you how to think, and the idea is to get you familiar with the exam format and the processes and the concepts and the ideas. So I want you to learn how to think. That's the first thing. And then we're going to try to use process of elimination and the most obvious answer as our kind of default. So it's like if you don't know, then the first thing would be get rid of all the answers that you know are not the answer. And then from there, see what the most obvious answer is that stands out to you. If you have to convince yourself of what the answer should be, then that's probably not the answer. But if something stands out, if it pops out, more often than not, that is indeed the answer. Of course, make sure you read the question so that you know exactly what the question is asking you, because it can be a trick question and then you can miss the answer because you thought that you found an obvious answer, but they were just trying to trick you. So make sure that you actually pay attention to the question and then based on there, use process of elimination and try to find the most obvious answer. That being said, first one. So what do we have? We have which scoring system estimates the probability of a vulnerability being exploited in the wild within the next 30 days? So CVSS base score, no. NIST 853, no, because this is just a standard. It's like a baseline. And same thing for PCI DSS. These two are actual baselines. They're regulations, right? There's compliance requirements. So these aren't even relevant. So it's between CVSS and EPSS. And of course, we know that CVSS is severity and EPSS is probability. A vulnerability has a CVSS 9.8, but an EPSS of 0.01. So that's 1%. What is the most likely prioritization decision? Monitor closely but delay remediation, immediate patch, ignore completely, escalate to C-level executives. So it's definitely not this one, because this is not going to be something that we're going to, escalating to the C-level is usually not something that's done right away. You would escalate to your upper management, but you wouldn't go to the C-level, folks. If you've been hacked and things are being held at ransom, that's when you really, it's like, okay, we need to bring in the C-suite people. So that's definitely not it. We also don't want to ignore it completely, because the CVSS is 9.8, which is critical. So it's very, very important that we actually fix this at some point. We don't want to immediately patch it, because the likelihood of us being attacked is super low. So we're going to monitor this closely and then delay the remediation. Trivy is most commonly used to scan. Trivy was for cloud environments, for Docker and those types of things. So it's not physical device firmware. We're also not scanning network traffic. Web application source code, probably. Container images, yeah, that's definitely the answer. So it's D for sure. The container images and file systems is what Trivy is for. And then we have the next one. What is the primary limitation of CVSS when used alone for prioritization? So CVSS does what? It does severity scoring, and it's not being updated regularly, and it also looks at the technical aspects of the environment. It doesn't look at probability, it doesn't look at live data coming from IDS systems and things like that. So it does not change daily. That's not its limitation. This is a feature of EPSS, and I wouldn't even consider this to be a limitation. That's like a very power move right there. It only applies to cloud environments. That's also not true, so that's irrelevant. It does not reflect real-world exploitation likelihood. That's the answer. It ignores asset value. That is not the answer. So, I mean, it technically does ignore asset value, because they don't even know what the asset value itself would be. That would be something that we would have to do inside of our reports for our context. But it's not a part of CVSS. So it does not reflect real world exploitation likelihood. It looks at severity. Chekhov primarily scans which type of assets. So Chekhov, if I can remember, let me see if I can recall the data. So the Trivy was for Docker. Chekhov was for infrastructure as code. That's what it was. So Terraform, yes, there we go. Terraform, I didn't look at this. I closed my eyes and I was trying to recall the information. But Terraform, infrastructure as code. CloudFormation, infrastructure as code. So that's exactly what it is that we're looking at. So running containers, no, that's Trivy. Network devices via SNMP, no. Mobile applications, no. Infrastructure as code, yes. In a high-value internet-facing application, high-value internet-facing application, a vulnerability with a 7.5 severity and an EPSS 92% should be treated as top priority. That's the answer right there. So accepted as residual risk, absolutely not. Transferred via insurance, absolutely not. Scheduled for next quarter, absolutely not. It needs to be addressed right away. It's high value, it's internet facing, meaning that it can be accessed via the World Wide Web, via the internet. It's a vulnerability of 7.5 severity and 92% chance that it's going to be exploited. That is top priority right there. Which factor would most increase the effective risk score in context-aware prioritization? So it would most increase the effective risk score in a context-aware. So vulnerability is on a test server, strong compensating controls exist, asset is a crown jewel, no public exploit code available. So we're looking at increase. So if it's on a test server, it would be decrease. If it's no public exploit, it would be decrease. Strong compensating controls also is a decrease. So the increase is the fact that the asset is our crown jewel, payment processing, and that is very important. A 0-day vulnerability is discovered with no public exploit code yet. What prioritization input should trigger urgent action? So there's no public exploit, and it's a 0-day vulnerability. High CVSS should not trigger urgent action because there's no public exploit and there's nobody actually actively using it, actively exploiting it. Non-credentialed scan result, kind of irrelevant. Low EPSS score, emerging threat intelligence, or dark web mentions. So this is urgent action right here. So it's 0 day, there's no public exploit, but now there's emerging intel that is coming from dark web mentions or some kind of a threat intelligence feed. And so that would be the one that would trigger urgent action. There we go. When analyzing scanner output, what is the first recommended step? You want to validate. That's it. That's the first recommended state. Confirm. Validate that they are not potential and they're actually confirmed findings. And you want to get rid of all of your false positives, like that story that we had, right? They had 1,200 scans, and then 47 of them were real, and the rest of them were not, or they were not as urgent, right? Immediately patch everything? No. Calculate EPS manually? No. Export to Excel? I mean, maybe. But that's kind of like useless, really. You can just look at the report that's generated for you. You're not going to calculate EPSS manually because this is done through machine learning and it's done automatically and it's done daily. So this is not even up to you. Immediately patch everything? You don't want to do that because you have no idea whether or not everything inside of that scanner output is even something that you should be addressing, and then you don't want to spend all the time, energy, and resources on patching everything. So first you want to validate. That's the first thing you want to do. Which tool output is most likely to show a misconfigured S3 bucket with public read access? So Nmap, Chekhov, Wireshark, GDB. So GDB is a debugger. Wireshark is a network sniffer that analyzes traffic. Nmap is a network mapper, so it's used for enumeration. So to show a misconfigured S3 bucket with public read access, I think it would be Chekhov, honestly. I think that would be the answer. The GDB is a debugger, so I don't think that would be an answer. Yeah, it is Chekhov. Okay, great. EPSS percentile rank of 98%. Oh my God. That means that 98% of systems are vulnerable? No. The vulnerability is riskier than 98% of all? No. Exploitation is 98% certain? Yes, absolutely. CVSS score is 9.8. It's irrelevant because EPSS and CVSS are separate. So EPSS percentile of 98 does not mean CVSS is 98 or 9.8. So answer would be C, exploitation. Oh, no way. Wait. Percentile rank. Oh, see? I didn't read the answer, or I didn't pay attention to the question. There are two data metrics for EPSS. There is the probability rank and then there's the percentile rank. So I thought that we were talking about the probability. Okay, well, answer is incorrect. If I would have like rushed through that the way that I just did right now, that would have been an incorrect answer, and that's kind of like one of the easier ones to even figure out. So if it's in the 98th percentile, that means it's riskier than 98% of all other CVEs. Exploitation is 98% certain. That means it has a probability rank of 98%. That was, oof, my gosh. Okay, in the move it transfer 0 day story that we found, what made it critical beyond its CVSS score? Extremely high. I already gave the answer. Extremely high EPSS and active ransomware. I forgot to take the bold off of that, and I did it opposite, reverse. I should have. Oh my gosh, I feel so silly. Okay, fine. Yes, extremely high EPSS and active ransomware exploitation is what made it critical, because within a matter of a couple of days, it went up to 90-something% EPSS. Okay, scenario. You receive a scan report with 3 vulnerabilities. These are the vulnerabilities. Rank them in order of remediation and justify using CVSS, EPSS, and context. So A, B, and C, CVSS 9.8, 6.5, 8.1, EPSS 0.02, 0.85, 0.12, internal file server, public-facing web app, crown jewel database behind a firewall. Okay, so B is obviously the most important. It's 6.5 on the severity, but it's an 85% probability, and it's public-facing. So that's for sure the first one. Now the next one is these two. They both have pretty high severity, but this one is low key. It's like low probability, and it's an internal file server. This one is, it's still 12%, so it's higher than the 2%, but it's a crown jewel database and it's behind a web application firewall. That's actually really interesting. I would say it would be, so for sure it's B first, and then I would say C would be the next one, because it's a high enough severity with a high enough attack probability, and it's against a really high value asset. It's our crown jewel database, so it's a very high value asset. So I would say BCA is what I would say. ACB, what? Remediation priority and justify using? No, it's supposed to be BCA. Why would it be ACB? That doesn't make sense at all. Internal file server, I think this is reverse. And justify using this, rank them in order of remediation priority. This is the most priority. This is the highest priority. It's being attacked, 85% probability. It's a public-facing web application. Yeah, no, for sure. Maybe it's the asset value itself, but an internal file server with a low, I can't imagine. I mean, I'm totally open to debates on this. If you have a different reasoning structure than I did, then please drop it in the comment section below. I'm very open on a debate on this, but I feel very much like the public facing web application, the asset itself may not be like a super sensitive asset, but it is being attacked severely. And if they attack the public facing web app, they can get user profiles and things like that. It's kind of interesting. It's interesting that that's the answer. Okay, scenario. A Trivy scan of a Docker image shows that there's a vulnerability with a 8.2 severity in an outdated library. The EPSS is 0.003, so 0.3%, very, very low. The image runs in a non-internet facing internal service. Is immediate patch? No, I don't say immediate patching is required. What factors influence the decision? Very low probability. It's non-internet facing and it's internal, and it's a scan of a Docker image that is, it is severe, but it's very low probability, and it's an internal non-facing, non-internet facing application. Okay, you are prioritizing 500 vulnerabilities. Your boss wants everything with a CVSS of greater than 7 patched this month. Using EPSS plus context, explain why this might waste resources and propose a better approach with thresholds. So we don't want everything higher than 7 to be patched, because most of them may not be actively being leveraged or actively being exploited. And a lot of them could also not be on super high value assets that would damage us if something were to happen to them. So it has to do with the value of the asset and how probable it is that asset is going to be exploited, that we would then combine that. We will multiply that value by the severity, and then that would give us the most probable and the highest priority assets that we need to fix. And then based on that, we'll go ahead and move forward. So that would be kind of my review of that. For this question, as well as this question, I would love to hear your feedback in the comments below as well. So just so you can kind of communicate with each other in the comment section, I would like to open up some dialogue and some debates inside of the comment section, just so people can get their gears turning, get their mental gears functioning, and get those hamsters running. So you can try to see basically what the best approach to these things would be. And with that, we are wrapped with the episode 6 practice questions, and I hope you got some value out of them. You can get access to all of these practice questions, as well as the book that I'm using for the lecture, as well as all of the exclusive downloads, by joining Hackaholics Anonymous. So let's talk about what the key downloads for this episode are. For this episode, we have the vulnerability prioritization spreadsheet template, which helps you auto-calculate combined risk scores. So this is actually going to be very handy. It's going to be like a nice little calculator. The EPSS calculator guide, so how to pull daily scores via API plus interpreted percentiles. This is going to be something that I'm actually going to develop for our agents and above members, because it is a very useful scoring system. And then if we can pull daily scores for our internal infrastructure, for our internal systems or our computer, things like that, that would be very, very handy. They do have an API available, so we can use their API to do that. So this is going to be something that will actually be available for our Hackaholics Anonymous members. I will develop that for you. And then the real world case study deck. So Move It, Log4Shell, and others via the CVSS and EPSS comparisons, that is going to be available for you as well. It's kind of like an extra tool just so you can understand how these things apply to the real world. Now, you can get access to this from the shared drive that we have in the members area, or through the school link, which is kind of like a new thing that we're going to be rolling out just to make sure that people have multiple resources. And with that, we are officially done with episode 6, chapter 6. And in the next episode, we're going to be looking at the mitigation and responding to the vulnerabilities that we just ranked. So we found what the vulnerabilities were through a bunch of scans, and then we found what the priorities are for those in this episode. And in the next episode, we're going to be talking about mitigating and patching and remediating and updating and all of that good stuff to actually secure our environment. If you found value in this video, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel, especially when we're talking about CYSA, CS0-004 exam, CompTIA Pentest Plus, offensive pen testing, as well as AI for cybersecurity. So there's multiple playlists that are being worked on right now. So if you want the access to that content, or not really access, because you can always come back to the channel, but if you want notification for that, then make sure that you like and you subscribe and turn on the notification bell. And then I would love to hear from you in the comment section for some of those scenario-based questions, or if you have any questions about anything else that we talked about today. I would love to hear from you. I want to encourage people to debate each other and brainstorm with each other in the comment section so that you can go ahead and actually practice the debate and the interactions of specific scenarios and really get good at the analysis of these types of scenarios. I think it would be really, really handy for you guys to do that. And then, of course, I'm going to chime in and respond where I think I can add some value. But I would very much love for you guys to start commenting back and forth and communicating with each other. I think it'll be really, really cool, and I think it'll be very useful. So as a final note, make sure that you like, subscribe, turn on notification bell so that you get notified when another video comes out. Make sure you drop a comment in the comment section below. And if you're interested in the practice questions, as well as the downloads, as well as the book and all of that stuff, make sure that you check out Hackaholics Anonymous. To get access to the CYSA Plus book, the practice questions, the exclusive episode downloads, and to get access to the CompTIA Linux Plus, Network Plus, Pentest Plus, and Security Plus course contents, and to get access to me via Discord plus all the future perks and content rollouts, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below. It's the link that says Join Hackaholics Anonymous. I look forward to seeing you in the Discord chats. If not, I look forward to seeing you in the comment section. Until then, happy hacking and stay out of trouble. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I will see you in the next video later. In episode 7 of the CompTIA CySA Plus training series, we are going to go through the mitigation of all of the vulnerabilities that we found in the last couple of episodes. My name is Hank Hackerson, your trainer for today, and to get more videos like this one, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. Okay, quick little review. So in the last couple of episodes, we were looking at the asset inventory, how we can find various scans and find the vulnerabilities against our assets inside of our inventory. And then we looked at, all right, what does that actually mean, right? We found all these vulnerabilities. How do we prioritize these vulnerabilities so that we know which one we need to fix first and then next, etc., etc. So now we are going to look at, okay, how do we actually do the mitigation? How do we fix the vulnerabilities that we found and we prioritized? So that's the flow of everything that goes on. And, you know, as I've mentioned several times, this is basically how this whole course lines up, right? It starts from the very beginning. We talk about security operations, and then everything that we talk about in each new episode stacks on top of the previous episodes. And by the end of it, it all becomes very conducive and cohesive, and it all fits together really, really nicely. So organically, when you scan systems and you try to see what all of your assets are, the next thing would be to find what their vulnerabilities are. The next thing would be to find out the prioritization of those vulnerabilities. Which ones do we fix first? And then, of course, the next one would be, okay, well, how do we fix them, right? And so this is what we're talking about today. And we actually have a lot of cool concepts and topics to talk about. There's going to be a couple of Python scripts that I'm going to share with you. And overall, we're going to look at a few different tools that we're going to use to mitigate and to respond to the vulnerabilities that we have discovered. Some of the strategies we're going to be using are going to be the practical stuff. There's going to be secure development practices, compensating controls, and breach simulation to validate that the defenses hold up. So this is kind of another way of just saying penetration testing and just testing your systems to make sure that your defenses are solid. There will be controls for specific vulnerabilities. For example, the stuff that's highlighted in the exam, like cross-site scripting, buffer overflow, and data poisoning, patching the processes, SDLC, threat modeling, secure development I think that's what that is, secure development lifecycle, or it should be software development lifecycle. And the threat modeling against that, looking at attack surfaces and actually reducing your attack surfaces, compensating controls, hands-on simulations like Atomic Red Team and Caldera. And these are actually amazing things that are available inside of TryHackMe. So all of these things are amazing, and they're very, very recommended for you to check out. We're going to go over a lot of them. It's going to be a pretty jam-packed video today. And I just highly encourage you to get a free membership with TryHackMe and just go through these different tools, because all of these things are available inside of TryHackMe. There are literally hundreds of free rooms inside of TryHackMe, and you can just go through these and kind of get some experience and gain some exposure or more exposure to these things, so that you can increase your experience level and your knowledge base and just get really good at security. The plenty of real world examples element is just basically all the different stories that I'm going to share with you. So it's going to be really fun. I'm pretty excited about this video, honestly, because it's going to be a really, really in-depth video. It's probably going to be longer than 2 hours. I'll try to make it short. I'll try not to go on too many different tangents, but it's going to be a pretty heavy video. It's going to be a pretty deep-rooted video. So let's get a quick little note from Hackaholics Anonymous, just so you can know how you can get access to this book that I'm using, the book that I've developed for you guys, the practice questions, all of the scripts and the downloads and everything that's going to come along with this course that I've developed for you, and then we'll get into the content. To get access to the CYSA Plus book, the practice questions, the exclusive episode downloads, and to get access to the CompTIA Linux Plus, Network Plus, PenTest Plus, and Security Plus course contents, and to get access to me via Discord plus all the future perks and content rollouts, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below. It's the link that says Join Hackaholics Anonymous. I look forward to seeing you in the Discord chats. If not, I look forward to seeing you in the comment section. Until then, happy hacking and stay out of trouble. Okay, quick little review of the last episode. So episode 6, chapter 6, we talked about looking at all of our scanner outputs. So we did vulnerability scans in chapter 5, right? And so we looked at looking at these scanner outputs and then seeing how we can validate them to make sure that there are no false positives. and then getting the real stuff that we need to actually mitigate. Then we looked at measuring the severity using CVSS, and then measuring the probability using EPSS. And one of the really cool scripts that was developed for that episode is this CVSS EPSS calculator. So it's basically a Python script that I developed, and it's inside of the downloads environment for Hackaholics Anonymous. And so what it does is that it scans your computer to see what operating system you're running, what services and OS version you're running, etc. And then it will query the CVSS API as well as the EPSS API to see, based on your computer and your architecture, what vulnerabilities you're vulnerable to, and then what the probability of you getting hacked is. So very, very awesome tool. And the EPSS is the V4 that we are using as of March of 2025. CVSS, exactly the same thing. So context, asset value, reachability, compensating controls. So basically based on your computer, based on your business, based on the company you work for, based on the industry you're in, what are the asset values and what are the risk factors that actually gets to that final risk decision of what should be addressed first. And the goal was to focus the limited remediation resources that are available. There's time, energy, and money, basically. Those are all of our resources. So it's limited. We are limited on time. We're limited on energy. And so you can't fix everything. So you have to find the things that you need to fix first, and then next, and then next. And finally, we are now here where we're going to mitigate all of these things and the stuff that we found, how we can actually mitigate them, how we can fix them, and make sure that our environment is secure, and where you can validate to make sure all of the fixes that we've developed actually are solid against a breach attempt, where the breach simulation concept comes in. So super excited. Again, it's going to be a really good episode. And without further ado, let's jump into it. To set the stage for everything, first real world example. So the Oracle e-business suite 0-day attack. You can go find the details of it by looking up this CVE ID. This was in 2025, so it's actually not that long ago. I'm recording this on January, what's today's date? January 17th of 2026. So this was not that long ago. And essentially, this was an exploit that lasted for months before patching, because organizations delayed this due to the production risk. So production risk meaning that it's going to affect business operations, and it's going to affect our environment, our production environment. So what happened as a result of that delay is that there was massive data theft and $50 million, or I should say over $50 million of ransom demands that took place. Now, I would imagine that they didn't pay the entire 50, maybe there were settlements, so on and so forth. But the lesson here is, first off, pay attention to something like this that actually is presented and treat it seriously, because if it's exploited, then there's actual real costs. Like, it may cost you a couple of million to fix something, maybe less than $1 million if you have a really solid team, but over 50 million in ransom demands is kind of insane. And then having layered mitigations ready before patches arrive. So what does that mean? That if you have a production environment but you don't have a test environment, then you're kind of doing business incorrectly. You're leaving yourself open. You're putting a target on your back, basically. So you always want to have a test environment so that when there is a new patch or something that needs to be applied, you first test it against all your test servers and computers, make sure everything's running smoothly, and then on a weekend or something, just deploy all of the patches against your entire production environment, and everything will be fine. It should not be that complicated of a process. So this is just to set the stage, okay? This is very important. You want to mitigate. When you find things that are high severity, high probability, you want to mitigate them. And then you also want to make sure that you leave yourself in a situation that there isn't a giant target on your back by having layered mitigations ready before patches arrive. Have a test environment in addition to your production environment so that you can implement these things in a timely fashion and save yourself all of the financial pain and the heartache and the headache and the risk of getting fired and all of that stuff. So That's our story to start this whole thing off. Okay, I'm going to try to go through all of these things in a timely fashion because I want to spend a good amount of time on the Python script and on the actual practical portions of this video. So the controls for common vulnerabilities. So the more common ones are the XSS for cross-site scripting, buffer overflow, and data poisoning. These are not the only ones, they are the common ones. So just keep that in mind. So the 0.4 version of CYSA explicitly calls out these three, so expect that there will be scenarios asking for layered defenses to protect against these kinds of attacks. So what is cross-site scripting? Malicious scripts injected into web pages that are viewed by users. The primary controls would be input validation and output encoding. So for example, HTML entity encoding and then CSP headers. So CSP headers are to prevent just scripting to actually even be deployed on the website. They're known as content security policy. So when you put a header inside of your HTML code, the source code of your website, you can actually have a content security policy inside of those headers and just prevent from any kind of scripting from even executing. So input validation means that when somebody inputs something into a form on your website, it could be a login form, it could be a search bar, it could be a search form to search through the content, it could be a ticket form, whatever. Anything that they can input into your website, whatever they input needs to be validated, and it also needs to be sanitized. Sanitization is that if they actually inject malicious code, the source code of your website, and this is what we're gonna talk about in our Python example, the source code of the website is something that should sanitize those inputs and make sure that it doesn't actually get processed and it just gets rid of all the malicious elements of it. And then the output encoding is essentially another version of that, is that the input gets validated or sanitized, the output gets validated and sanitized so that nothing is actually processed that can be malicious. These are the primary sets of controls. The best practices that you can look at to support this would be something like, content security policies, as I already mentioned. So having a strict content security policy is just having strict mode in your content security policy. And then HTTP only or secure cookies, that would be just another series of best practices. These are formats that you can embed on your websites, on your web pages, to just make sure that only HTTP, so for example, XSS, cross-site scripting, would be JavaScript. So if you have HTTP only, that means that JavaScript cannot be processed through your web servers. And secure cookies to make sure that nobody can tamper with your cookies or steal cookies and take over sessions and things like that. The web application firewall rules, so block common XSS payloads at something like this. If you see basically this right here, this is like a dead giveaway. If there is the verbiage of, this bracket, script, bracket, and then inside of it, there's some kind of an alert or some kind of script or whatever it is inside of it, and then bracket, closed script. This is a dead giveaway that somebody is trying to inject your website with cross-site scripting, with JavaScript payloads. So you can block these kinds of payloads by just having, let's say, regular expression patterns that are already inside of your web application firewall rules, that if something like this is detected, automatically gets blocked, right? And then you can even take it a step further that whoever is trying to do that inside of your website, you block them and you prevent, you don't give them access to your website anymore or your web application anymore. So an example of this would be what happened in 2025, where a major retailer suffered persistent cross-site scripting in a customer review form. So again, a form that somebody can input data into. This was customer reviews. And it was to missing output encoding. So they did not correct their output encoding. They didn't have output encoding controls in place. So the attackers stole session cookies, and then they took over accounts. And then the proper content security policy plus input sanitization would have blocked this from taking place. These are not complicated controls, by the way. These are not things that you need to be a genius to implement, but they are really good practices. These are things that would fall under best practices. And if you implement them, there's a very high chance that you will block most malicious attacks. And the attacker will need to be really, really, really skilled to be able to get past this kind of stuff. So these are the basics, they're best practices, so that you can implement them and actually prevent these types of attacks from hurting your infrastructure and your website. So that's for cross-site scripting. The next one is the buffer overflow. So buffer overflow is when more data is written to a buffer than it can actually hold, which then corrupts the adjacent memory and it overflows and it's unable to process what needs to be processed. So the primary controls for this would be to use safe functions. For example, stern copy instead of str copy, right? So stern copy, so the actual safe function of this. Then you have ASLR, you have stack canaries, you have DEP and XBit. These are all primary controls that fall under the buffer overflow security policies. You have modern mitigations like using compilers to protect, right? So compilers prevent the source code from being viewed. And so when you compile data, nobody can actually see the original source code unless they have a really good decompiler. And the compiler provides protections, for example, stack smashing protection and address space layout randomization. So these are things that can be done. So for example, address space layouts can be randomized. That's basically like the breakdown of that. Is like when you have the address, the web address, that can be randomized, and the layout of those things can be randomized so that people cannot predict patterns and use them and leverage those patterns or manipulate those patterns, or smashing, not preventing the stack from being compiled together, so stack smashing protection, or from preventing the stack from being smashed in general so that it doesn't crash. These are modern mitigations that can take place. And there are many other ones as well. So these are just commonly noted ones, and these are ones that we should be aware of, and you should Google them and you should do independent study of them, because you're expected to be able to implement these things in a modern workplace when it comes down to security. It's beyond the scope of CYSA to go through the details of this, but you need to be aware of this so that you can implement them and study them and get good at that skill set. For this example, the real world case would be the WatchGuard Firebox in 2025. Again, these are recent. There was out of bounds write that took place. This is the full CVE if you want to read up on it. And so this allowed unauthenticated remote code execution, and the lack of modern memory protections in legacy code made exploitation trivial. So this is, again, 2025, a recent version of this that is taking advantage of something known as a buffer overflow, which is not complicated. It's just that it's one of these types of features and functions that if it's not accounted for, somebody can actually get remote code, remote access to your web applications and your web servers potentially, and maybe even inside of your overall network. And now they can take advantage of you. They can steal data. They can crash your website, etc., etc. So they could do legitimate damage by taking advantage of something that is relatively trivial, relatively easy to fix, but it can cause a lot of damage if it's taken advantage of, if it's exploited. So it's something that you should be addressing. If you look at the OWASP top 10 list, there's a new one that came out for 2026. And the OWASP top 10 list includes these things on it because it's for the Web Application Security Program. So the Open Web Application Security Protocol, the Open Web Application Security Program, is what OWASP is. And they have a top 10 list that comes out every, I think, 2 or 3 years that looks at the top 10 vulnerabilities that have been exploited over the last several years. And then it modifies its rankings, and it'll have either new additions or it'll just change the order of what is more common and what's more secure, prevalent, so that you can go ahead and address them for your web application. So very, very important series of tools that are available, and it's something that you should just be doing independent research on, because you're expected to be good at these things. If you're going to be a security analyst for a web application and you're not familiar with OWASP Top 10, you're pretty much going to either not get hired or you're going to lose your job very quickly. And finally, we have data poisoning. So corrupting training data for machine learning models, or poisoning input for runtime AI, or really poisoning any kind of data that's being processed by some kind of an automated flow, an automated system. So data can be poisoned. Data can be poisoned in a lot of different ways. In this particular case, we're talking about machine learning models, but data can be poisoned in a lot of different ways. And update source code can be poisoned. Somebody's commands that they're typing into a website can be poisoned. The website data itself can be poisoned. There's a lot of ways that you can deal with this. So when you're talking about it in machine learning models, or poisoning the input for AI, the primary controls to fix this would be to validate the data. I mean, who would have thunk, right? Sanitize the data at ingestion, meaning as it's being input and processed, the data should be sanitized. It should be cleaned. Anything malicious should be detected through regular expression patterns or some kind of algorithm, and those things should be deleted. Anomaly detection. So if you see something that is outside of the baseline for the activity of that system, that would be considered an anomaly. If it's something outside of the normal behavior, it's considered an anomaly. And so you need to detect the things that are outside of the normal behavior, especially on training sets, when you're training data for AI, right? So AI can be fed a bunch of data, and then it can become trained on a specific set of contexts or industries or environments. So when you go ahead and train the AI, you need to make sure that the data that is being fed into the AI is the cleanest version, the unbiased version of that data. And you need to detect any kind of anomalies on that data before it is fed into the training environment. Then use secure data sets, which is basically another version of saying this. So detect anomalies inside of the data sets, use secure data sets, make sure the data sets are as precise and accurate as they can be, make sure they're unbiased, etc., etc., because you're training the AI, and it's very important to make sure that it's being trained on good data. The emerging defenses on this would be model watermarking, which is very similar to just kind of like backups. You can say that, where it's like the last good version of the model that was used, there's a watermark on it, so that you can know what the most recent good version was, and then based from that version onto the version that we're on right now, you can try to kind of reverse engineer where the malicious intent or the poisoning happened. And then we have differential privacy, input filtering for prompts, very similar to the other concepts that we talked about. There's a lot of just sanitization and input filtering and input validation. All of these things feed into most of the stuff that we're talking about. It's just you need to have the mechanisms in place to go ahead and detect those things and filter them and sanitize them. The real world example, again from 2025, a financial firm's fraud detection model was poisoned via manipulated transaction data in a third-party feed. So they poisoned the third-party feed, and then that feed went into the detection model that they were using. So they used a third-party feed, and the attackers just had to poison this feed, and then now the overall model is poisoned. So what this did is that now there were false negatives in place. So false negatives are, oh no, this is fine, when in actuality it's not fine. A false positive is alert, alert, when in actuality everything's fine. False negative is, oh, this is fine, there's nothing wrong with this, and then now the system is corrupt. So a false negative is something that will yield from data, malicious data or incorrect data being fed into a model. So false negatives during a large fraud wave and strict input validation and model monitoring would have caught these anomalies early on. And again, input validation, right? As the feed is coming from the third party, make sure that it's validated and it's good. Make sure that the model is being monitored so that there's a watermark on the most recent version of the good model, the successful model, so that when a new malicious one comes up, you know exactly where the change took place because you're monitoring all of your models. The layered approach is known as defense in depth, meaning that you need to have multiple controls in place just in case one of them fails or one of them breaks. Whatever it is, you should have multiple layers of control in place. This is known as defense in depth, so that you don't rely on just one, because if you do, now you have a single point of failure, And if that one method fails, then the entire system can be destroyed, corrupt, taken advantage of, etc. So you want to have a layered approach. You never want to rely on just one. And as many layers as you have, the more layers that you have, the better it is. I should say it like that. The more layers, the better. Okay, so now we need to talk about the actual mitigations of those things, right? So we had 3 of the most common vulnerabilities that need to be mitigated, and now we're going to look at the more common sources of mitigations. So patching, secure development lifecycle, and threat modeling. So patching, it's a very simple concept. Application of vendor fixes. So a vendor, Microsoft for example, will release new versions of their software. And so if that's the case, you should probably update and just timely application of those fixes. If it's not an because technically patching is different from updating technically, because sometimes they may not automatically supply the update to you, but a lot of big vendors will supply a new update, and inside of the new update, the patch will already be applied. So all you have to do is just update your systems. But if there's a new patch that comes in, you should prioritize that patch based on the probability score, right? So the probability of that exploit taking place, and then the context of your company, the context of your industry, the data that's being potentially exploited, or the data that's at risk, whatever that is. You want to prioritize based on that. We talked about this in depth in the last episode. Use automated tools, so WSUS, Ansible, Cloud Patch Management, whatever it is. Use these types of tools to make your patching easier so that you can do it faster and among all of your machines relatively quickly. Test in staging, so have a test environment that is identical to your actual live environment. Test the patch inside of that environment, and then schedule a maintenance for your live environment. So you just want to make sure that the patch actually works really well inside of the test environment before you deploy it to the live environment. Just in case if it crashes the test environment, then probably it's going to crash the live environment. So you don't want to do that. You just want to test it in staging and then deploy it. The exceptions to this would be document risk acceptance with compensating controls. So we talked about this as well. There's going to be 3 layers of mitigating risk. There would be accepting the risk. Okay, this is fine. We're going to accept this. We're willing to take the gamble that if this happens to us, not a big amount of damage is going to be due to us. There is compensating controls that can be put in place. So it's also known as risk transference. So if you go ahead and transfer your risk, that basically means you bought insurance, right? So you could actually buy an insurance policy to protect certain assets in your company, that if the asset was destroyed or whatever it is, the insurance kicks in and you're compensated. And then there is risk mitigation, where this is what we're talking about, where it's like you actually need to fix it because it's too expensive to buy insurance and you simply cannot afford to accept that risk. So you need to go ahead and fix it. So this is patching. Then we have the secure development lifecycle. So the development lifecycle is when a new product is being developed, a new software is being developed. So you need to go ahead and make sure that there is a secure development lifecycle that takes place. So security concepts and principles should be integrated into the development lifecycle so that from design and from source code and from manufacturing, security is already thought of, so that you don't go into deployment and you don't go into production and then you're like, oh my God, we need to fix this thing. And then you go back to the very beginning of the life cycle. You want to try to address it as early on as possible. And the earliest phase would be the design phase. So if you can address security in the design phase, then everything else should be fine. So bake security in from design to deployment. Shift left, security in requirements, design, code reviews, etc., etc. CI/CD security, scan containers, or the infrastructure as code, secret scanning. All of these things should be detected before you are in deployment. Real quick, I want to show you what this means, this concept of shift left. I just want to show you what that actually looks like, because getting the visual of it is a lot easier to understand than me trying to explain it. So let me just show you what that means. Okay, so this is the development lifecycle. This is the software development lifecycle, okay? So when you say shift left, so for example, the very first stage of development is analysis, and this is where they're just looking at data, right? And then from here, they go into design, and then from there, they actually go into development, where they start writing code and things like that. Then they go into testing, then they go into deployment. And once it's in deployment, it's live, right? People are actually using it. So then what happens is that this kind of goes back and forth, right? Ideally, you just want these two to go back and forth here. Or maybe it'll go from like deployment to maintenance, and then maintenance goes to testing because you want to test in a test environment. Then you deploy in a live environment, maintenance, testing. So this might be the cycle if you're in a really good environment, right? If you're in a bad environment and you've done all of these things, now you're in deployment and you notice that there's a really big security flaw in place or vulnerability in place. Now you have to go back and start from analysis and then design and then development again. And you just go through this, and it's very costly. It costs time, energy, and money. So when we say shift left, what we're talking about is instead of looking at your security flaws in maintenance, shift left. Instead of looking at it in deployment, shift left. Instead of looking at your security, if thinking about security, instead of thinking about security during testing, shift left. Instead of thinking about it during development, shift left, and so on. And so if you are thinking about security in the analysis and design phases, you're in the furthest left portion of the development lifecycle, which means the best time. So this is where you can address all security concerns and make sure that the security is embedded into the design before they even start coding. And this applies to anything. This applies to cars, it applies to computers, it applies to widgets, it applies to food recipes. Doesn't matter. When you think about security in the beginning stages, it makes everything else tremendously easier. So then what you're doing towards the end is just about features being fixed. Oh, this feature could be faster, or this feature could be easier to use, or something like that. Security is no longer an issue. So this is what we're talking about when we say shift left. And finally, we have threat modeling. So as the name implies, you want to model threats. So identify threats early, whether you're using any of these specific frameworks or you go through the MITRE attack matrix, whatever it is. You want to use threat intelligence and you want to model threats and then attack your own systems to see where the vulnerabilities are still existing, or if the system actually stands strong against potential threats. An example would be to model the API endpoint for injection and broken authorization or authentication, and then design mitigations around it. So we're going to use OAuth, or we're going to do rate limiting if somebody's trying to just keep constantly doing brute forcing, right? They're trying to access our endpoints by using a dictionary attack to try to hack us and use a million different passwords, right? It's like that's basically what it is. They have a dictionary of passwords, and they're gonna try to brute force their way into the system. So after 3 false attempts, you're limited, you're locked out, right? That's what that means. OAuth is multi-factor authentication. Like you use OAuth, or you use something that can integrate their authentication protocols so that they have one time where they enter their username and password, and then that login credential is applied to other applications. That could be it. You can use OAuth for multi-factor authentication. There's so many different things that you can do to make sure that you mitigate against whatever threats are coming into that specific type of environment. Again, there are so many different threats that exist. So for credential attacks or for brute force attacks, that would be kind of like a good way of mitigating it. But you want to look at any and all threats that would be applicable to your specific environment, and then you want to mitigate against them. You want to model them, you want to attack yourself, you want to attack your systems, and then from there try to see where the vulnerabilities are so you can mitigate against them. Moving on to attack surface management and secure coding practices, these are probably some of the best ways that you can protect your environment and protect your infrastructure. Attack surface management, as the name implies, is to manage the attack surface. So remove unnecessary services or ports, use microsegmentation, use zero trust philosophies, regular asset inventory, and decommissioning of machines and systems. So basically continuously reduce your exposure. So an attack surface is this, right? If you have an attack surface that's a mile wide and a mile long, then if you can bring it down to 1,000 feet wide and 1,000 feet long, then your attack surface is now significantly smaller. So the same thing applies to digital infrastructure. So when you have a service that is not being used, but it's still open or it's still installed, it's like, well, why are we doing that? This service can be exploited, and that gives them an entry point into our system. If you have ports that are not being used, there are 65,000 plus ports that are available. And if you have all of the ports open, you're just asking for somebody to attack you. So it's like you remove all of the ports that are not necessary and you leave 5 ports open because they're absolutely necessary. You see what I'm saying? Microsegmentation is to create a network segment inside of a network segment inside of another network segment. It's like you create super small segments inside of your network, especially if the computers inside of those segments are holding very sensitive data and valuable assets. So microsegmentation, make it super hard for them to actually get in. Reduce the attack surface. The zero trust concept, the zero trust philosophy is don't trust anything, don't trust anyone, don't trust any IP address, don't trust a single person, verify every single person that comes in, verify every single source of traffic that comes in. You trust no one, especially, again, if it has to do with a segment of your network that is extremely sensitive. And I mean, when I say you trust no one, you literally trust no one. If the CEO of the company says, oh yeah, I'm emailing you because of such and such, it's like, okay, that's great. Thank you for the email. I'd love to do this for you, but I need to verify that it's actually you who's giving me this instruction. So I'm just going to call you on your cell phone real quick. And then you call them. You don't ask them to call you because they could spoof a phone number. So you call the cell phone of the CEO, or you go to the CEO's office and you see them live in front of you and you're like, hey, did you send me that email? Like, you need to have zero trust for every single entity because it's your job to be the security person. And as a security person, anybody could be compromised. The domain administrator could have their children kidnapped, and now the domain administrator could be compromised, and they're giving you instructions to do something, and it seems fishy, and you're like, well, I don't think I should do that. And so you now need to be extra careful. So trust nothing, trust no one. In security, trust does not exist. You verify every single thing, okay? That's just it's a very common concept, and it's something that should not be short-sighted or shouldn't be downplayed. And then just maintain a regular asset inventory just to make sure that you are literally as the smallest exposure of assets that exist. Nothing extra is there. If there are commissioned machines or computers that are live or connected to the network and nobody's using them, decommission them, disconnect them from the internet, turn them off, get rid of them. Make sure that your asset inventory is as small and tight as possible because you want to have the smallest attack surface. And then secure coding practices is basically what we talked about when we talked about the shift left concept. You want to use the OWASP top 10 as your base. It should be the bare minimum of security posture that you try to shoot for. The top 10 gets updated, as I mentioned, multiple times. So it gets updated like every couple of years. So you just want to keep your secure coding practices within that alignment at the very least. And then if you can add to it and if you can increase your security practices, that's even better. But things like validating input and sanitizing input, validating output and the way that output is encoded, parameterizing queries to prevent SQL injection, least privilege principles, which falls into the zero trust model, error handling to just make sure that when there's an error, the details of the error are not displayed onto the screen so somebody can use the error as a source of data to reverse engineer your system. And secure session management, make sure that everything is encrypted, make sure that the encryption is solid, you have the most recent version of encryption standards that you're using, use a VPN on top of really solid encryption, give only access to a certain asset to a given IP address, right? So like that only 5 employees should have access to an asset, so you take their 5 IP addresses and then you force them to go through a VPN, and then you force the entire environment to be super encrypted. So now you have at least 3 layers of protection, right? We talked about layered controls. This is what that means. This is what we talk about when we say defense in depth. And then we have dependency management. So scanning all the time, right? So if there's software that depends on other plugins to run, you need to make sure that those dependencies are secure and they are updated and they are patched. You need to verify with the supplier of those plugins and all of those dependencies. You need to verify with them that they're regularly patching their stuff. You need to try to break all of these dependencies and hack into them. You need to try to break the plugins and hack into them, because somebody can easily do that. Or if somebody can easily do that, then they can poison the source code of the dependency. And because your software is relying on that dependency, now your software is poisoned. So wherever you can, remove dependencies and try to develop internally. But if you have to use a dependency, then make sure as best as you can that those dependencies are secured. Okay, switching gears a little bit, let's talk about vulnerability response. And the first would be compensating controls. So when patching isn't immediate, or it's not possible, let's say that you're running a legacy system, you can't get rid of the legacy system for whatever reason, and you can't patch it because the system itself only fits up to, or it only matches up to a certain type of code. So imagine for a second you have a computer that is from 2000, from the year 2000. Some people that are watching this weren't even born in the year 2000. But imagine that there's a computer from the year 2000, okay? And the motherboard on that computer and the graphics card of that computer and the CPU and all of those things of the computer are limited. There's something that they simply cannot. For example, the internal storage of computers way back when did not have terabytes of storage on there, right? So this is like really, really old now, but there is something that used to be called a floppy disk, okay? A floppy disk then turned into a CD-ROM, and then it turned into USB drives that now we plug into USB and a USB-C, and then we stash terabytes of data inside of this little compact thing. But floppy disks used to be gigantic. So look at your keyboard right now if you're in front of your computer, or if you have a laptop, look at the surface where the keyboard is and the mouse pad is. Floppy disks used to be that big, okay? They used to be like these giant things, like 6 inches by 6 inches kind of a thing. And then on top of that, inside of that giant thing, there was only like 128 kilobytes of storage available. So you could basically store a couple of text files on there, right? Super small storage. So when you're looking at a legacy system, that's considered a super legacy system. Now, it has benefits and it has cons to it. The benefit is a system like that most likely can't connect to Wi-Fi because it doesn't even have a Wi-Fi card in it. So it can't connect to Wi-Fi, so nobody can log into it remotely. And a lot of companies actually use systems like that to store very sensitive files because it doesn't need to have a lot of large amounts of storage, but it needs to be super secure. And so what's more secure than something that doesn't have a USB port? It doesn't have a place for a memory card to be installed. It can't connect to the internet. And the only storage ability that it has is a floppy disk that you can't even buy anymore unless you go to like an antique shop or something like that. So that's like probably the highest level of security for super, super sensitive data. But again, at the same time, those systems are no longer patchable. You can't patch those types of systems. So when patching is not immediate or it's not available, and immediate is most likely the case, or it will be the case for you, where it's like, it's a production environment, right? It's live, it's running. We don't have a test environment. We can't just stop production and go ahead and patch this thing. So it's not immediate. So if that's the case, you need to have compensating controls, a a web application firewall, and the rules of that firewall that will block any kind of exploit or payload from launching. Segmenting the network to limit the blast radius and isolating that given legacy system from the rest of the network. But there's nothing else inside of that network segment except this one computer, right? This one legacy system is the only thing inside of that network segment. And to be able to connect to it, you need to either remotely log in from one of your authorized systems, or somebody needs to go into that room and actually log into that computer. Enhanced monitoring and logging for indicators. This is very, very powerful because it can actually implement AI tools in it. You can have tactic technique procedures that can be detected. You can have signatures, hash values, IP addresses, domain names. A lot of different things can be detected through enhanced monitoring. And then temporary disablement of vulnerable features. So this is, if the system can't be taken down and if it has to be in a production environment, okay, whatever is actually being used is the only thing inside of that system that's going to be enabled. Everything else is going to be disabled. So these are compensating controls when you can't take the system offline and immediately patch it. So that's the best thing that you can do would be to work around it and try to prevent the attack surface as best as you can and limit any kind of access to that machine. So for example, for an unpatched VPN flaw, you have to enforce multi-factor authentication, enforce IP allow listing, and then a jump host as compensating controls. So the VPN itself is unpatched, so we're concerned that the encryption of this VPN, which is basically the whole purpose of a VPN, is to have strong encryption so that when you're communicating with a device, you are doing it on an encrypted channel. So if there's a VPN flaw, now that means that that encrypted channel is compromised. It can potentially be vulnerable, right? So if that's the case, the people who are allowed to access that VPN, we have to enforce multi-factor authentication. So your phone number is the only phone number that can receive a text message for this. And then we're going to have the IP address of the computer inside of your office be the only IP address that's allowed to access this specific asset. And then we're even going to use a jump host, which is basically like a proxy host, a proxy machine that you would have to go through, because that in itself can act as a VPN, kind of like a tunnel that you would have to go through to be able to get access to this end machine right here. So this legacy system can only be accessed through this jump host. This jump host can only be accessed from this one IP address, and this one IP address can only log in when they use multi-factor authentication. That is pretty solid. It's a pretty solid series of compensating controls. Another layer of vulnerability response could be breach simulation tools like Atomic Red Team or Caldera, and these are pretty amazing because you are simulating a breach. You're pretending like you're attacking your own system. And the whole purpose is to validate, right? Verify, confirm that the mitigations that you put in place are actually working before you go live. If you can afford to do that, if you can actually validate before you go live, that's amazing. But ideally, you want to at least validate, even if you are already live, you just want to make sure that everything's all good. So Atomic Red Team is a really good one. It's a very big name in this specific topic. It's an open source library of portable single technique tests that are mapped to MITRE ATT&CK framework and MITRE ATT&CK matrix. So there are YAML-based tests. YAML is a language, for lack of a better word, that can be used to create rules. And so YAML-based tests that would say, this specific ID, which is an ID from MITRE, it is assigned to command and scripting interpreters that can be used to do, let's say, command and control servers. And so you put a YAML file, a YAML rule in place, basically, that can detect this kind of ID or this kind of activity, and then it will create an alert, and then you can just go ahead and mitigate it if it's working properly, right? This would be something that you would use as your validation mechanism to see if your system is working properly and if the alerts actually go off. You can run them inside of a invoke atomic framework, and so there's actually, I think, at least one video, I think, on this channel already that we did atomic red team, and we used invoke atomic very frequently because that's how you actually turn on the atomic red team command line tool. And so we did that. And then it's ideal for testing specific detections and controls. So this falls under, both of these actually fall under something known as purple teaming, where the blue team uses red team tactics to test their infrastructure. And as a part of red team tactics, you are doing threat modeling, you're doing breach simulations, pen tests, etc., just to make sure that everything is all good. And then Caldera is actually MITRE's tool. So this is a automated adversary emulation platform. Say that fast 3 times. So the automated adversary emulation platform Caldera belongs to MITRE, developed by MITRE. It builds full adversary profiles, for example, mimicking ransomware behavior, right? So you can use Caldera to actually build an adversary profile for a specific attack type, and then supporting the integration between Atomic Red Team and autonomous agents and C2 for realistic simulations. These are actual ways that you can test your own systems and say, okay, well, what would it look like if there was a command and control server trying to attack us? You can actually do that through Caldera, and it works seamlessly with Atomic Red Team. So these are really, really great tools that are available for breach simulation type exercises, and you should definitely use them, or you should recommend that your company uses them to be able to test your defenses. All right, now we get to actually have some fun. So this is the very shortened version of the code, just to show you what it looks like. The full version, I'm gonna actually execute, so I'm gonna launch it so you can actually see what it does. And it's also available for download for all of our Hackaholics agents and above members. And so this is essentially what it's doing is it's enforcing secure coding practices, preventing cross-site scripting from actually being launched against your web application. So if you have a Flask or if you use Flask to test your web applications, which is a very free, it comes pre-installed with PyCharm and most Python environments, and you can just install it into your interpreter, and then now you can use Flask to run tests against web applications and web servers, and you can use them to launch web servers and things like that. And then escape is something from markup that is used to actually sanitize commands and sanitize strings and things along those lines. So the function itself, okay, the function itself is this right here. This is basically the bulk of the security. This is what it's doing. And specifically, it's this piece that is doing all of the sanitization, I should say. So let's look at what it actually does. And I mean, I think it's better to just display it to you instead of trying to explain it line by line and say, okay, this is what this does and this is what this does. But it's basically going to take, in this particular example, it's going to take whatever the argument is, whatever the query is. In this case, it would be Q. So a lot of times inside of a URL, you will see $Q equals. So that means the query that is going to be ran against that website is going to be right after this, or it could just be an empty string, which is basically what you see with these 2 quotations right here. So that could be the potential query. And so the safe query would be the escaped version of that query and the sanitization element of it. So for example, if there were dangerous characters inside of that query, like that open bracket, close bracket, like you see right here, this is an open bracket, close bracket, but instead of the H1 tag, which is for a header tag, instead of that, the open bracket, close bracket would have the word script in it, which is the introduction to JavaScript code. And so that could be something that it would detect, and then it would just rip it out, right? It would replace the open bracket script close bracket with random character, not really random, but like replacement characters to make sure that that script does not actually run. And now it's screwed. Now that whatever the person is trying to do can't do it because it is now being sanitized. No matter what they put, it won't work because anything that they attempt is going to automatically be ripped out by escape from markup safe. So that was kind of like the quick overview of this. Let me actually show you what this looks like. Okay, so this is our actual script itself. It's a much longer version of what you just saw. And so just as the instructions are concerned, you want to install Flask and markup safe if it's not already present. So you can do a pip command, or if you're using something like PyCharm, when you go down here, so let me kind of zoom in right here just so you could see it. When you go down here, there's this Python 3.1. You click on that, and then you go into interpreter settings, and then it brings up your actual interpreter that you have, and then now it shows you all the packages that are installed. And so you can click on this plus icon right here and then search through everything. So for example, Flask, and then you can see that Flask is on your list, and then you just go down here and you click install package. I've already done that. And then you can do the same thing with markup safe, there we go. And so there's that, and so we can do that and make sure that that's installed. And once it's installed, you click OK, and you're good to go. And your environment inside of PyCharm is going to have everything that you need. If you're going to do this inside of a command line environment, you would use pip. As long as you have Python installed, you also have pip installed. If it's Python 3, then it would be pip3, etc. But that's basically how you get your dependencies. You know how we talked about dependencies? This is what we need inside of Python to be able to work with a web server and to be able to secure the code, and you actually use the escape module inside of the markup safe library. So once you have done that, you can then run this file either inside of PyCharm or a terminal by doing Python and then the app.py or Python 3 app.py, just depends on what you have installed. And then once it's running, the web application is going to be live on your local server. Your local server is your computer. So as long as you're connected to the internet, this will be the IP address. So 127.0.0.1 is your loopback IP address. Every computer has this. It's also known as your local machine IP address. And so 127.0.0.1 and then colon and then 5000 because we're running it on port 5000. And then you basically go ahead and mess around with it. And then the source code itself, I cannot go through all of these lines of code with you line by line because I would be here forever, not forever, but for a while, trying to explain it to you. And so this is essentially what it is that we're trying to do. This is the source code that we're going to run to test the efficacy of this specific script and see if it can actually sanitize our queries that are being injected into the search, right? So you see right here, this piece right here, this is the piece that it's looking for, right? It's looking for that Q. So it's going to look for Q, and then inside of that, whatever the search query comes after this, it's going to try to see whatever after this it can find. It's going to try to sanitize for us. So fingers crossed, hopefully this actually works. So to get it to run, I can basically just press this play button that I see right here, or I can do Control R. I can go to, where is it? I think it's like code run or view run, file run, something like that. Usually I just press this thing right here, but you can also do Control R. There's a few different ways. Oh, you can right click on this thing. You can also do run app. There's a lot of different ways to actually run the code inside of PyCharm. So we are going to now run it. And when we run it, there we go. We see it at the bottom right here. Perfect. So starting XSS demo server, visit this IP address, and you'll be able to see something. So this is a development server. Do not use it in a production deployment, etc. So it's running on that location. So I can literally open up my web browser and go to that location. I can do Control C to quit the script itself. So that's where we're at. Starting XSS demo server. Debugger is actually active. Our pin for our debugger is this. So I'm going to copy this, or actually, well, that's fine. And I'm going to go to basically my local IP address as well as port 5000. And let's see what this does. Okay, cool. So here we go. It actually worked. So we're at 127.001:5000, CYSA plus secure coding XSS demo. This is the script that we're going to try to test. We have three versions: the vulnerable version, manual escape version, and Jinja 2. So the vulnerable version should obviously actually display this, the message right here. If it displays the message, that means that this script right here actually worked, right? And it's just an alert. Basically, it's going to be a pop-up that's going to come up on our screen. But if it does pop up, that means that it's actually worked, right? That script did run, which would indicate that it's a vulnerable web application. The manual escape version is the manual code that we have put inside of Python to escape this script and not execute it. And so we should only see hacked by Hank on the screen. It shouldn't be a pop-up technically. It should just be text that will come on the screen. And then Jinja 2 is actually a like a template that is included with Flask, so that it just has the secure version of everything for you, so you don't have to use a manual escape version. This is if you want to create web applications with Flask and things like that. But it's also for your information to know that Flask has internal templates that are available that are secure. And so if in a perfect world, you would use those internal templates instead of manually coding your security into it. But it is what it is. Okay, so here we go. We're going to do the vulnerable version click first here. And there we go. There's the pop-up, right? And so it actually has the pop-up, meaning that the JavaScript actually launched. And it says the message. And that's basically it. And so if we look at the query up here, we do see that the query itself, technically, it has replaced the quotes with this %27, but that's just URL encoding. And the %20 stands for a space, so it shows the actual space here. So if there's a quote, then it will be converted into %27. If there's a space, it'll be converted into this. But the rest of it, you can actually see that the script has launched. It actually worked. So that is great. So now if we click on the manual escape version, it shouldn't work. There you go. So now we don't have a pop-up. It just says this result for da 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 da. This input is properly escaped. Try the same payload. So again, we can see up here the payload. Look, payload is exactly the same. This hasn't changed. We still have that over here. And the URL encoding and all of that is still over there. It's just that now it's being sanitized so it doesn't process that, right? And then there's the other version where we have Jinja 2, which does pretty much the same thing. And now this is loading the same thing, right? Script, alert, etc., etc. But now it's actually being sanitized. So we have technically three different domains that we're accessing, because this one is the vulnerable version of the domain. Same query, but different code. Therefore, it actually launches the pop-up. And then the other two, as you just saw, don't do it. And then so manual escape is the one that is called safe. And then the auto escape one is the autosave domain. But essentially the source code is sanitizing everything for us in the background, and even though the query at the top looks exactly identical to the other one, it's still not loading the pop-up because it is being sanitized in the background, which is extremely important for us and is very, very useful to address. So that is how we actually test our website with Python, and that's how we actually secure our website with Python and Flask and Flask's internal template, the Jinja 2 template. So now I want to real quick show you the Atomic Red Team YAML. So this is a YAML file or a YAML rule that can be used for Atomic Red Team. Atomic Red Team is an open source and free tool. And there are actually 2 videos on Atomic Red Team on this channel already that will show you how to use it. You can download and install it on your computer and have a blast. Have as much fun as you want with this thing. And in this particular case, we're going to be detecting the T1218.11, which is signed binary proxy execution via run DLL32. So this is actually a procedure that is available And you can read up on this on MITRE ATT&CK as well. This is the MITRE ATT&CK ID, and that's the title for it. And this is the rule, basically. So once we have invoked atomic, the rule itself is this. So that's the name, kind of irrelevant. You can name it whatever you want. Description, irrelevant. You can name it whatever you want. This is the piece that is of utmost importance. This is the piece that actually, invokes this alert. It invokes this rule. So the executor, I think that's how you pronounce that. The executor, the Pokemon, the executor will have the name command prompt, and then the command itself. So this is the key piece right here. This is the command itself that if it is ran on the machine, it's going to invoke Atomic Red Team, and the alert is going to set off the functionalities of Atomic Red Team. So I would like for you to see what this actually looks like, or not see what it looks like. I apologize, because I'm not going to be doing this as a simulation. I just want you to see where you can get the videos so that you can run this yourself and practice with this yourself. And then you can do this for anything. You can do it for any of the procedures that are inside of MITRE ATT&CK's matrix. So let me quickly show you where you can find these videos. And this is our channel. So this is the channel homepage, just in case you've never visited it before. If you click on this button right here, you can search for anything. So if we go and do Atomic Red Team, it'll bring up our videos for Atomic Red Team. And the very first one, it's represented by the canary robot. That's the first one. Yeah, so the first one, episode 28. And then episode 30, I think even episode 29 is also the same thing. So I want to say that episode 28, 29, and 30 probably are all along that same conversation. So let's see if we do SOC level 2, episode 29. Let's see if I search for that, what will come up. Caldera, I see. Okay. So episode 28 was Atomic Red Team. Episode 29 is Caldera. And then episode 30, I think, is the combination of those to be able to go through some exercises. So the threat emulation exercise using the Atomic Red Team or the Atomic Bird. So those series of videos, I think from episode SOC level 2, episode 28, 29, 30, probably 31, something like that along those lines. All of those things are around this concept of the threat emulation as well as breach defense and all of those things. So have fun with it. Study, implement the exercises for Atomic Red Team. If you want to do Caldera, this is also in here. So episode 29 would be for Caldera. You can also mess with that as well. And it's really, really good. There's a lot of good experience that's available inside of those if you actually implement the exercises in those videos. The reason why I don't want to do them individually is because just this video is 3 hours and 10 minutes, as you can see right there. And then if you go to, this one is actually the shorter of the videos, and that by itself is 56 minutes. So the videos themselves go into a lot of detail, and instead of me taking an extra hour and a half or 2 hours to try to teach that to you, I'd rather just show you where the video exists, and then you can go ahead and mess around with it and have a blast. So that's how you can find the exercise videos for Caldera and Atomic Red Team. And with that, we are at episode 7, practice questions for mitigating and responding to vulnerabilities. So we're going to go through some multiple choice questions. We're going to go through some scenario questions. I want to teach you how to think. I say this at the beginning of every episode. And if you're watching the compilation of the practice questions, then you've already heard me say this 6 other times. So I want to teach you how to think. I want to teach you how to use process of elimination, critical thinking, and finding the most obvious answers to get the answers that you're looking for. Just pay attention to the questions. The questions themselves they can be tricky. And so if you don't know what the question is actually asking, if you don't fully understand what the question is asking, you may choose the wrong answer. And I've done that already through a couple of the practice exams that we've gone through. And I made silly mistakes because I wasn't paying attention to what the question was asking. So just make sure that you pay attention to what the question is asking, use critical thinking, process of elimination, and look for the most obvious answer. And I think you'll be solid. As long as you understand what's being asked and as long as you understand the concepts that we've talked about, I think you'll be solid. So let's go into it. First one, which control is most effective against reflected XSS in a web application. So this is actually kind of what we just did with the Python example. So input validation only, content security policy, strict mode plus output encoding, network segmentation, full disk encryption. So the question itself is asking about reflected XSS in a web application. Network segmentation, full disk encryption are irrelevant answers. They have nothing to do with this. So input validation only, content security policy, output encoding. So usually when I see anything that has the word only in it, I'm also inclined to not believe that that's the answer. So based on just elimination, I would say B would be the closest answer. But input validation can work. It's just when they say only, that's when I'm like, well, that can't be it. Because it defies the whole philosophy of, layered security. It's like we want to have multiple layers of security. Why would we only do one specific thing? So I'm going to say B, and that is the answer. Excellent. For a buffer overflow vulnerability in legacy software where patching is impossible, what is the best compensating control? So it's patching is impossible because it's legacy, and it's buffer overflow vulnerability. What is the best? Okay, so enable ASLR and DEP on the host, immediately decommission the system, remove the vulnerable service entirely, apply a wirefall access, wirefall. I keep saying wirefall. A web application firewall rule blocking the exploit pattern. And so it's a buffer overflow in a legacy software where patching is impossible, and we're looking for compensating control. So we can't decommission the system. So that's not an answer. Remove the vulnerable service entirely. I don't think that's the answer either, because we're looking for compensating control. So I don't think we can actually even remove the vulnerable service. I think this actually has to stay up. So it's between A and D. Now D says apply a wirefall. I was about to say it again. Apply a web application firewall rule blocking the exploit pattern, or enable ASLR and DEP on the host. And I forget what these things stand for, but this sounds like a really good answer to me. I have no idea. This is like a guess. It's an educated guess. Apply a web application firewall rule blocking the exploit pattern. That's also a really good answer. Buffer flow where patching is impossible. What is the best compensating control? I'm gonna say D. Oh my gosh, it was A. Gosh, I knew it was A. Okay, enable ASLR and DEP on the host. Do me a favor, if you're watching this right now, please go ahead and Google ASLR in the context of security and DEP in the context of security, and drop it in the comments so that we all know what those things stand for. Atomic Red Team is best described as a full automated adversary emulation platform, library of small portable tests mapped to MITRE ATT&CK, cloud configuration scanner, AI-based log analysis tool. This is not it. It is not a log analysis tool. It is also not a scanner. It is definitely for threat emulation, and I think it is more the library of small portable tests mapped to MITRE ATT&CK. I believe that is specifically what it is. So we're going to do that, yes. Threat modeling should occur during which phase of the SDLC? So remember, SDLC, Security Development Lifecycle, if you're going to do anything, you want to shift left. You want to start as early as possible. So deployment is one of the last steps. So it definitely is not after deployment, especially when we see the word only in it. During requirements and design phases, excellent answer. During patching only, again, the word only, and we're not doing this either. After a breach occurs, definitely not what we want to do. So we want to do it during requirements and design phases. Perfect. Data poisoning attacks are best mitigated by input validation and anomaly detection during training. Excellent answer. Patching the application, not necessarily. Network firewalls, not necessarily. Actually, not entirely at all. Endpoint encryption, also not entirely. Endpoint encryption could actually help, because if data is being poisoned and our endpoints are being the method of poisoning, then that could definitely be an answer. But data poisoning typically is not, or data training is not being done through an endpoint. It's typically, the technical description is that the server that this can be done on when you're doing training for an AI, the server technically is an endpoint. But endpoint encryption is not what we're talking about in this case. We're talking about data poisoning, which is done through the training phase when the data that the AI is being trained on, that data is being poisoned. So we want to do it in input validation and anomaly detection during training. Caldera is most used for single technique detection testing, automated multi-stage adversary emulation, container image scanning, manual code review. Not D, because it's irrelevant. We're also not doing container image scanning. Maybe we can be doing container image scanning, but I don't think that's the answer. Automated multi-stage adversary emulation, that's pretty close. I think that's probably the best one. Single technique detection testing, I don't think that's it either. So I'm going to say B. It could be A, but it is B. Okay, great. Which practice reduces the attack surface most effectively? Installing more security tools? Not necessarily, because that's not reducing attack surface. You're just getting more tools to use. Removing unnecessary services ports and decommissioning unused assets? Almost 100% yes. Increasing logging volume? Not decreasing the attack surface. Applying patches weekly, also not decreasing the attack surface. We are removing unnecessary services and decommissioning unused assets. When a critical patch cannot be applied immediately, what should be documented? Okay, very good, okay? The critical patch can't be applied immediately. What should be documented? Okay. Risk acceptance with compensating controls, okay? Nothing apply anyway. No, that's not the answer. It's never going to be the answer. Dismiss the finding, never going to be the answer. Wait for next patch Tuesday, also not going to be the answer. It's a critical patch that can't be applied immediately. What should be documented? Risk acceptance should be documented with compensating controls. Yeah. Secure coding practice that prevents SQL injection. So SQL injection, SQL is for databases. So when you were using a relational database that houses a bunch of information in it, and it's on our web server, you can do injection into web forms or search bars inside of a website to try to steal data from the relational database. So to prevent that, we want to sanitize the input, we want to encode output, parameterized queries is an answer, content security policy. These are like really good answers. So secure coding practice that prevents SQL injection, coding practice that prevents SQL injection. Oh man. Content security policy, I don't think is technically a coding practice. ASLR enablement is also, I don't think is a coding practice. I believe it's either A or B. I'm going to say output encoding. Let's see. It is parameterized queries. Okay. When your queries have been parameterized, the query that's inside of the web domain or the query that are being sent to your web servers, the database servers in the background, all of those things, you can actually apply certain parameters to them to prevent them from processing. So that's what that means. Okay, all right, I got it wrong. In a breach simulation using Atomic Red Team, the primary goal is to break production systems. Absolutely not. Scan for new vulnerabilities. We're not scanning for vulnerabilities, so I don't think that's it. Generate ransom notes. No, absolutely not. Validate detection and mitigation effectiveness. That's what we're doing because it's a breach exercise. We're trying to break breaches, so that would be it. Yes. Okay, scenario. A legacy application has an unpatched buffer overflow, severity 9.8, which is really high, and probability of 85%, that's also very high. On an internal server handling sensitive data, patching will require a 90-day outage. Recommend 3 compensating controls. Suggest how to validate that they work using simulation tools. Oh man. Okay, so patching will require 90-day outage. Good Lord. Okay. I would say have a backup server so that as you're patching, at least something can run, some kind of a redundancy should be available so that the outage does not completely affect the production environment. This is really tough actually. So recommend 3 compensating controls. It would be to reduce attack surface, and to remove any applications or any services that can be a part of an attack vector. So that would be one compensating control. It would be to limit access to the data or to the application itself via multi-factor authentication, limited IP addresses, secure VPN, anything that we can do to limit the access to it directly. And how to validate that these things work using simulation tools. We could run Caldera, we could run Atomic Red Team to just see that these things would actually work if we did those specific mitigation or compensating controls. So let's see oh my gosh, there's no actual answer to this. So I would say this would be another one of those things that I would, take this question, take it to your favorite AI, run it by it, and then use your own mental faculties to try to come up with other solutions as well. And then drop it in the comment section below. Let's have a debate around this. Let's have a conversation around it, and let's see who comes up with some solid answers. I think this is a really great way for you guys to communicate with each other, and I'll chime in when I possibly can, but I do want to see what your guys' feedbacks would be for this kind of a scenario. This is mainly to get your brain running and to get the wheels turning so you can think on around these kinds of situations. Okay, scenario. Your development team uses Next.js, so JavaScript, with React server components. A new 0-day similar to this is disclosed. List 3 immediate mitigation steps. Explain how threat modeling could have prevented or reduced the impact. So to answer B first, we should have been trying to attack our own servers and our own systems in advance so that we would be ahead of the 0-day vulnerability. We should always be trying to break our own systems so that no malicious actor can break our own systems. So that's how threat modeling could have actually prevented or reduced the impact on this. Now, the 3 immediate mitigation steps against something like this would be, if we don't need these things to be working right away, we could definitely just take them offline, but that's obviously probably not the answer. My God, my brain is farting right now, and I'm not coming up with really good answers. And that was not even the best version of the 3 immediate mitigation steps that I could have taken. So I probably will fail this question. If there was a question like this, I would fail it. Just so you know, they're not going to give you like essay type questions where you would have to, type in a paragraph or something, because it's automatically being graded, and whatever your responses are need to be compared to a correct answer. So these are more just to get your brain functioning and the wheels turning. But my wheels are not turning. I have not eaten today, and I'm decaffeinated, so I am lacking on brain function, which is unfortunate. But if you come up with a good answer for this, please drop it in the comment section. I sincerely apologize. And that's it. So that's the end of the practice questions. I was like really scared that there was going to be another scenario, and I'm like, oh, dude, I don't have the function right now. Okay, so that was it. That was the end of that. And this is available to you as a part of the Hackaholics Anonymous membership. So if you're an agent, guardian, or master, you will get access to the practice questions. You will also get access to the book that I'm using for the lecture. You'll also get access to the scripts that I write for this course and all the giveaways that go along with it. So all of that stuff is available to Hackaholics Anonymous. And let me just show you real quick what is going to be included in this episode's of downloads. So we have the secure coding cheat sheet, Atomic Red Team lab guide, compensating controls template, and of course the script that we ran so that we can test the Python script against that Flask server. So all of those things will be available to you, and I highly recommend you get access to them. If you're an Hackaholics Anonymous member, you should definitely get access to them and take advantage of these resources that are available to you. All this is going to be available to the members area, and the links will be distributed in the community tab of our channel, as well as the Discord is where I'm going to make all these announcements. So if you're in Discord, amazing. If not, no worries. Just keep an eye on the community tab and the posts that come along there, and you'll see those links. Chapter 7 and Domain 2 technically are now complete, and we're going to be moving into Domain 3 in our next episode, which is the Incident Response and Management, which will begin Chapter 8, Episode 8. So it's going to be really fun. We're making really, really good progress. We have domain 3, which I think has 3 episodes, and then domain 4, and then we're done. And just like that, the course is going to be wrapped. So we're making some solid progress. I hope you are getting a lot of value out of it. And if you have any questions, please make sure that you drop them in the comment section below. If you got any value out of this video, and if you'd like to get more videos like this one, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. And of course, drop a comment below if you have any questions or if you have the answers to those scenarios, and if you just want to kind of debate back and forth to see what the best answers would be. CYSA plus CS0-004 is what we're working on in this playlist. But then we also have the offensive pen testing playlist. We have the CompTIA Pentest Plus. We have AI for cybersecurity. We have SOC Level 1, the 2026 version. So there are a lot of different pieces of content that are going to be released on this channel. So I highly encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified when those contents come out, and just be a part of our community. I would love to have you as a part of our community. It would mean the world to me. And if you are interested in getting all of the exclusive downloads and the book that I'm using that is going to be distributed to Hackaholics Anonymous, and the practice questions and everything else that comes along with it, access to me on Discord, all of those things, then consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. To get access to the CYSA Plus book, the practice questions, the exclusive episode downloads, and to get access to the CompTIA Linux Plus, Network Plus, Pentest Plus, and Security Plus course contents, and to get access to me via Discord plus all the future perks and content rollouts, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below. It's the link that says Join Hackaholics Anonymous. I look forward to seeing you in the Discord chats. If not, I look forward to seeing you in the comment section. Until then, happy hacking and stay out of trouble. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I will see you in the next episode. Later.